There we go.
Alternative futures, retune to play on your onboard computer. A song to play in Batmobiles or Plastic Man's iPod. Zatanna backwards magic words or Marvel Man. My God, fire up the turbines. The game's afoot. Underwear over tights is now a good look. If there's been monkey business, I head off on a mission. I'm ready for anything in a head-on collision. So listen, all vagabonds, scoundrels, and villains. Beware because it's on. This is just the beginning. No cape, just a time belt with vivid shine. Every hero needs theme music, and this is mine.
Ladies and gentlemen, back to the lab. Make way, 'cause here I come.
Drinking his tea.
This is your tune now, your theme music. Stand strong in the storm or easily breeze through it. I'm passing a mantle, bestowing a gift. It might take you some training before you know what it is. It's the bite of a spider that's radioactive. Its mutant synapses becoming finally active when no one else could ever really walk.
Right, here's me doing my little tippity tappities over here. XD Johnny XP, first the door. Watto, friend. How you doing, friend?
Every right to work on a Monday in a hurricane. Tired and you're underpaid. Find you want to run away. Hey, face front, true believer. If you don't believe in you, then they won't either. This is the teaser trailer for your blockbuster event, and you're at the center. This is so intense. When I get to the point, then I'm mentally fair.
Kisa, Watto. Indeed, Johnny. First through the door, friend. First through the door. How are you doing? Coming in. I just found out that Aquanox is getting a sequel in like a couple weeks. I'm not sure how feels about that. Keys was like, okay, maybe the first to type. I know I got here myself, fighting tired. Okay. I mean, Kisa, I don't look at like the people list as everyone's coming in, so I take it based on who walks in the door first and goes, Watto!
What's going on here, Elemental?
Favor 6, Watto.
I know there's monkey business going on here.
He's an ape, actually, and a damn fine waitress. Care for one of his creamy scones?
Oh, that's a ball roll.
Afternoon tea?
I don't buy it, Elemental.
Ew.
I know you're up to something. And when I find out what, I'm going to take you to the cleaners.
Appearances are deceiving. I can prove seeing.
So, how are you all doing, you lovely Mother Hubbards?
The password sneaking this evening. All will be revealed. Something cheeky, indecent. The coast is clear. I'm flipping the switch with a flick of the wrist, with a click and a twist.
Tarlicus Watto. I got here hours ago. Was surprised to see Fearless. Did you all have like another like pre-party? Hang on. Nervously look at. Okay, no, we're good. Although I'm now being followed by the lovebirds. Interesting. So how are you all doing this Friday afternoon? Watto and welcome. I have a Kyle Gatto. Well, say in the wings. He's grabbing some food because let's be honest, I want to talk to you lot as you're coming in. Pretty excitable, I've got to be honest. Whoa, hello. To you I say Watto. Welcome, Vanderbeest. Head of House Order, Watto and welcome. How goes it, friend? I'm slowly making more work on this big bad word. I mean, this thing, it's now got kind of like armoured bell bottoms at this stage. I'm not disliking the creation of this, but by the 9, this is one of the most complex builds I've done. While I was chatting with Tal last night, I made a bazooka. Well, it's actually called a laser bazooka. On account of the fact, it's a bazooka what fires a laser. But, check it out. See that little, like, shiny red dot? I did that. That was me. I made the thing. So, how are you all doing? Sorry, I've asked you that, like, multiple times. We can reset the clock early. Friends, there is a new Movies with Mikey episode that went up today. It's about Knives Out. And you deserve both that YouTube video and, if you haven't seen it, the movie itself. Aaron Feathers, Watto, friends. Steppagen, Watto.
And this time you're not getting away with
Come on in. Oh, and well, hello. Thank you for the teeny tiny 50 bits. That's sincerely appreciated. And Vanderbeest, filling up the pint glass. We will have a vote on spoopification. when Kyle's in and we can decide how we wanna play this evening. It's gonna be leaping around Red Acre, and like by my understanding, the gods aren't out tonight, so this is just gonna be us hanging out, chatting, having some bants with, you know, the illustrious Kyle Gatto, Captain Stephanie Barnes, Watto. Oh no! Well, hopefully you've got some of the decent painkillers, dear friend, and we can provide a little bit of a distraction for your evening. How does that sound? Scar Red Tiger. Firstly, Watto. Secondly, this is Professor Elemental featuring the Swing Hoppers. So this is like... how to describe it? Chap hop electro swing with a little bit of the chav rap backing. It's unapologetically all flavours of British. Favor6 says, well, you can yell about how much of a bad word Sword Art Online is. Hey, just because I don't think the god's at doesn't mean I know. And I'm smart enough not to know not to tug on the tail of a god what has it in for me already, dear friend. Snuggly Watto! How are you doing, friend? And it feels like it's been another couple weeks since we've been dancing around the Blackout Club. So, Snuggly, you're gonna need to be our super duper cool kid. And catch us up. Well, once Kyle gets in. Like, this is the pre-bants. Red Scar says they've been on a big electro swing kick recently. Yeah. I think it's like that and Scar are like the left hand, right hand of incredibly chipper tunes.
1913, 1280, 2001, 2000, nothing. Time.
We are a lovely time.
SAO. Or Stab Another Orc. Different series.
We're outside of time.
Kisa says, can I stab a sandwich? The more important question, Kisa, could I stop you if you wished to stab a sandwich? Think about that.
Terrifying. Beautiful. Oh, look, there's a pub.
So Stugly's saying, not a bunch of stuff happened. Some stuff happened while I was off for a week, but nothing earth-shattering as far as I remember. Okay. Kisa's like, fight me. I want you to know, Kisa, I read that in your voice. So go on. Oh, Baron Sheep! Watto, friends! Baron, I will need to chat with you a thing. Well, there's nothing secretive about it. So the Memnol finale, the Memnol start of season 2 we've scheduled is right smack bang in the middle of Roll20's charity streamathon. So I gotta think if we wanted to submit that as an official Roll20 event, we could. But I mean, I'll chat about it with you after the show. But I thought, you know, that was a nice little thing that Roll20 reached out to us to see if we want to be a part of that. Arrow's like, wait, did I hear Memnol season 2? Heckin' right, you did. 24th of October. 24th of October is the current start date for season 2. New character, new world, new system. Same squad of Egypts controlling one amnesiac character. So Barrett, how are you doing this lovely Friday afternoon, friend?
It's our pleasure to introduce a super group with new music for you. Romana on percussion, Morlock on a sousaphone, Jules Verne on flute, Isaac Newton looking right at home.
Oh, and Arrow, thank you kindly for refilling the pint glass as well. Bayonort, Watto. Who's not gotten a hello from me? Time bandits decide to throw food. Ted Theodore Logan is like, whoa, dude. Oh, and Arrow Griffin, the other thing to you Memnol fans is... So it would be a week from Saturday? Baron and I were chatting about doing the Magnus Bowl on October the 10th, which would be... oh no, it would be 2 weeks. 2 weeks from tomorrow. So if you want to look at more details, head over to the Dice and More Dice channel. Baron's opened up the NPC submission forms for Season 2. As for the Magnus Bowl, I need to make a proper event for that, but if you need to make yourself a team of mechs to kick some ass, then feckin' yo.
Yankee holding court, arguing with a couple of Cronenauts and Sam Beckett.
So I don't know who that was that picked up the month-to-month platinum plan over on the Humble Bundle, but feckin' yo, thank you. I know using partner links and stuff is a pain in the ass, but all the little bits from each sale through that do add up to help us each month. So sincerely, thank you. Jumping back into Red Acre news, Snuggy says we learnt unknown caller's real name, but the person that learnt it would prefer it if it kept it out of character knowledge.
Party's over, someone called the time cops.
Would prefer it to be kept as out of character knowledge is Camden Blaine. Apparently, this is the name of Hunter Strong's favourite meat marionette. Because I know Lexi's goal was to become the next the next host vessel for that, for traps and shenanigans and reasons. And Stammering Gamer, we only just started. For Fridays...
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Gilmore Greyjoy, what ho, friend? How are you doing? Team Toadhouse, what ho, friend? Oh, and Team Toadhouse, I meant to say this earlier in the week. Like, if at any point you have like a game thing or a build or a demo or anything relating to your game, please feel free to plug it here and let people know. Like, when it comes to like the games made by my friends, if I can't use my little teeny tiny corner of the internet to help like promote and push that, am I being a good friend though? No. Yeah, and once again, I am inflicting upon you banjolele chat pop covers of 90s acid songs, because that's just what I'm feeling like this evening. Well, technically the songs I'm feeling like this evening are very, very, very copywritten, so...
Sing along. I like to move it, move it. I like to move it, move it. I like to move it.
I was going to say, use your platform for parasocial relationships for good. And parasocial relationships. I mean, yeah, there aren't many things I can help with, but when it comes to, as I've heard them called, the vidya games, that's the very least I can do. Sorry, I'm trying to see if there's any news that's come out of the Digital Tokyo Game Show yet. I've seen a bunch of like new little announcements. There's a first-person sci-fi game called The Invincible that I am just in love with their art style. Sorry, let me just feckin' show you. So check this out. This is The Invincible. This got announced today for next gen and PC, and I'm just enamored with this. Like, it's basically the game of every pulpy sci-fi paperback cover, and I'm like, yes. Weirdly, I am looking forward to Sniper Ghost Warrior Contracts 2, because despite having an absolute shooty gunbang tosser name, it's basically a puzzle game, but every solution is rifle. I don't know a better way to describe it. Wondering was saying, well, if you're planning on playing the upcoming Destiny 2 expansion, we recommend playing the game again to get as much stuff done as you can before the content gets vaulted. Thank you for the heads up, and I think that's a valid thing to say to everybody. Basically, my life, video gaming wise, is I have the weekend and Monday, and then Tuesday is Spelunky. And while we will not be exclusively streaming Spelunky, I can assure you that my downtime will be consumed with those cute, chubby-cheeked little Mother Hubbards until I clear it. You don't understand. I am both in fear of and excited for it. A new mountain to climb, but at the same time, a new series of rocks to dash my body upon, time and time again. like a teeny tiny tugboat made out of will, attempting to land on rocky shores. But the tugboat is also immortal. Alright, I need a better analogy, but I think you get the flavour.
Myself and Edward sit around his place, smoke the odd hookah.
Yeah, Snuggly, those video games.
Absolute gibberish. Sometimes
Stammering Gamer's like, you get me into some strange music, and I love it. Oh, I have feckin' weird tastes. I have not actually met many people who can sit through one of my playlists. I'm also super self-conscious about my music taste, weirdly, so I also haven't met anyone who would listen to my weird tastes. And I don't mean like, so like Iron Imp I know is into a lot of like conceptual soundscape stuff, which is feckin' cool. That's not the kind of weird, more a disjointed mess. But that's another story, Miyagi says, a cauldron climb. Oh, I like that as a term. Oh, and Vanderbeest, that's way cool. Vanderbeest was saying that they were watching the practice for the F1 today, and they saw that the mobile game Battle Cats was one of the small logos on an F1 car. Yeah, mobile gaming specifically in 2020 has made inordinate amounts of money. And in the mobile gaming space, the big conversation point is what's called user acquisition spend, which is a form of marketing which equates how much money you spend on each person to get them to play your game. The more marketing you spend divided by how many users you acquire, that's considered the user acquisition spend. That also sometimes includes the value of in-game items and currency given to the user, but that's when it gets squiggly. The thing is, mobile gaming marketing has gotten so expensive that it may be cheaper to put your logo on an F1 car than to go through traditional mobile game marketing, if that makes weird sense. Snuggly says, thankfully I went through an extensive consuming steampunk phase in my youth, so I'm well accustomed to chat pop. Well, sadly I don't get to chat to him as much as with lockdown and not being in the UK, but I can confirm that the gentleman who plays Professor Elemental is an exceptionally lovely human. I got to work with him a few years back, and like, I will always give that dude the time of day. I've not met Mr. B the Gentleman Rhymer, but I'm sorry, I've told you this story like 8 times. I was a fan of the band he was in when I was a wee babu and I had no taste. Bayonort with the little will that could. Yeah, if the little train had no tracks and no sense of balance. Basically, like, imagine the little train that could made in the Skyrim engine. That's what it's going to be like for me trying to finish Spelunky. Baron's like, you said you have taste now. Like I said, I ain't met anyone who can sit through one of my playlists. Wandering Gamer says, Will, the multi-track drifting train that most definitely made an attempt. Is it still multi-track drifting if there are no tracks? Ah, Snuggly, very clever, very clever. Sorry, Snuggly was saying, wait, if it's the Skyrim engine, does that mean the train is actually a hat? You're not wrong there, you're not wrong. So, as we're slowly pulling things together, yeah, I guess the Tokyo Game Show announcements aren't bleeding through to my feeds yet. Would you like a completely pointless piece of fact? A completely pointless piece of information? Optimus Prime is going to be in World of Warships. Warships in Disguise is the promotional push they're putting. You'll be able to acquire Megatron, Rumble, Optimus Prime, and Bumblebee as commanders. That's a thing. Heck, father! Kisa says they heard pizza facts. They'll take pizza facts. I don't know a heck about pizza. I read today that a calzone is a pizza in its truest form, and it took me at least 16 minutes to realise that they were just trolling me. Kestrel North, Watto, Watto. Vanderbeats is asking if Optimus is going to be one of those gigantic...
Who wants to sing?
Hey, thank you, Fiona. Sorry, just making sure I'd said thank you to Arrow Griffin for filling the pint glass. Once again, gotta hand it to House Order. You got that good-looking pint glass. Although, right, so what you need is a brightly coloured garnish, and then it's perfect. Baron says a calzone is what a Pop-Tart wants to be. I still subscribe to the fact that a calzone is an Italian pasty, and that's where I'm living on this one.
I can rock a crowd from Sunday to Sunday. Corners of the globe, I touch them like sun rays. Songs play for fun from the mountains to the beach. But what about the odd ones, the crowds I can't reach? The ones that are humdrum, stand them like stun guns that stun them and can't come, they're stuck in the doldrums. I need my thinking hat. Of course, why didn't I think of that?
Ah, Vanderbeest, there we go, with the feckin' garnish. Congratulations to House Order for an incredibly successful looking fight.
Men into monsters. Hear my words, feel yourself getting stronger.
Cash was like, please don't get us stuck in the what is a pizza discussion. Nah.
Harness the lightning. Turn on the big machines.
Staring Gamer says, I was once very drunk and ordered a Donna calzone. Fell asleep and discovered it tasted way better 12 hours cold. Oh, so like a Donna kebab topped pizza, but in calzone form. That sounds fucking glorious. I mean, when completely drunk and or hammered.
It's boom bap stamping happening, a smashing action packing anthem. This is savage, fantastic, this is classic, this is massive. So, this beat is a monster.
Keith is like, now I want calzone.
Come along, smash.
Baron with cereal soup, fight me. I mean, it's 2020, friend. You call it what you want. Deep dish is a cake. Pop-Tarts are throwing weapons. Stir fry is a valid pet to have around the house. Like, I ain't gonna judge you. Like, hot dogs are sandwiches? No, hot dogs are salads. Embrace anarchy. It's smash the system. Hot dogs are a salad. Done. Right.
Wild rumpus, ravenous and famished, and won't leave the function till it's battered and is damaged.
Cardboard's a meal. I mean, if you've ever drunk Soylent, that's pretty much the same. Alrighty. Sorry, I do apologise for flitting between tabs. I'm just trying to find if if any of the Tokyo Game Show news has popped up yet.
Give a roar, then scream and shout. Let the boys be boys, be boys, be boys.
I guess the interesting news has been that Rocket League went free to play, so you can now play that for no money. Although immediately after going free to play, the servers imploded. Oh, hookshot! What? Oh! And anyone that's not had a proper hello from me, do let me know. I keep trying to think about the Amazon Luna announce from yesterday. Though it was very surreal. They got a bunch of sober streamers in the commercial, and it wasn't seeing my friends that was surreal. It was they did the whole thing like, you know, with all the gaming commercials. Nintendo's super guilty for this, where they hire a bunch of actors to pretend to be a family, and they're like, "Whoa, this is so good!" Or it's a couple that are like have the most beautiful household, however, and are disturbingly attractive, being like, "We know how to play video games," and we smile and look at each other. I'm like, show me a skinny ass Mother Hubbard like me, just surrounded by, yeah. The kind of the actors playing families playing video games. But then alongside this bizarre facsimile of human interaction, there was a bunch of our friends who are being genuine people being like, yeah, I had a crack at it, it was pretty good. As Baron was saying, their old roommate was in there. So Shraiku was in there. Banzai Baby was in there. A couple of the peeps whose handles escaped my brain.
Born on the wrong side of the tracks in one of New York's less salubrious
Yeah, no.
shacks, playing outside with a
Brain's not pulling up the other members that were in there. It was real cool. Blue Jay, thank you, Baron. But what was so surreal was you had the weirdness of the faux gaming actors and then a bunch of streamers who actually play games like people. It was like... It's like... Sometimes the uncanny valley is only really visible when held up against real people. It was like we got to see the automatons alongside humans. And so suddenly the actors felt weird. Like if someone had informed me that Luna was not only a game streaming service available from Amazon, but the actors in this that weren't streamers were also rendered and generated in Luna, I would have been like, oh yeah. You know, like that thing during the PlayStation conference where we're trying to work out if they just CGI created a bunch of developers.
Hip-hop decided that misogyny and greed would be the sort of thing that America would need. Hip-hop worshipped the cult of me. Hip-hop chose to...
Hookshot. I always try. Oh, and Hookshot, if you wanted to get into the community management conversation this afternoon, once we get Kyle on the line, he'd definitely be able to add some fresh perspectives on it. Because I realised last time we talked about getting either helping you get your project ready from a community standpoint or how to look for a community manager. I'd basically just been pitching you open development and hadn't really thought about your time constraints in your project. So, Bayonna's like, do you else think that record scratch was perfectly timed? I mean... I've heard this track once or twice. Hookshot says, whoop whoop. Need to get better at doing my streaming. Yeah, and streaming development or streaming from the standpoint of a dev is a very different style than streaming the video games. Right. As I've said a few times, I'm definitely not someone who can help with starting a career or with help in the professions of streaming, but video games and specifically like streamed and open development, like I've probably still got a couple of like 50-page documents I wrote on how to do open development as part of this team. Baron was like, one point, I thought I could have been the creative director of a game studio. I have since changed my mind. Oh, I mean, Baron, you could still do it. I don't know if it would be a healthy lifestyle choice, but your ability to get stuff hecking done is demonstrative. Snuggly says, the first time I was on your stream, you left Kyle to field some questions. I asked him about community management on account of, at the time, I was thinking of applying to be community manager for Question. Thankfully, someone qualified picked up the job. Well, not to feel like that you were talked out of a profession. Community management is very fluid and can be very stressful. Oh, excuse me. However, I've worked with incredible community managers who had no games industry experience prior, and I've worked with people who had an inordinate amount of games industry experience and were terrible community managers. It's an incredibly fluid profession. There are a lot of like set core skills, but I don't know, sometimes it feels like one of those Animu ranking card systems, you know? With like the little wiggly graph with different skill sets. Like you have the standard, but you might need to specialize and push into other ways dependent on the project. Yeah, Hookshot, it is funny how it works out sometimes. And again, friends, the only thing that I'm qualified to do is stage and monologues. Monologues for film, television, and stage is the only thing I am formally qualified to do. So... Well, and that's the weird thing is how I fell into community management. Lady Lecter, what, old friend? The way I fell into community management was because I had experience in video production. So I was a QA tester, and I like to talk. You might have noticed that. And Craig was looking to do this, like, initially it was going to be weekly, but we shifted it to monthly. Video about Total War and stuff like that. And him and I had already been chatting and hanging out. I was like, yeah, no, I know how to produce a video. I know how to produce a video on a budget. So, you know, we got a cheeky handy cam. We did a couple pilots. I started producing that. And I was getting pulled more and more from QA and more into doing that. And then I was running a test group internal, like an NDA'd like test group. And then I got pulled into the community team and it went from there. Starring says, nah, you're the most unsociable sob of all time. I will admit that, oh, he's brought that damn monkey with him.
No, Jeffrey. Is he even a member of this gentleman? I don't know. Right.
Sorry, skipping the preamble.
Hello. Good to see you all.
Where was my mind on that one?
Don't mind Jeffrey.
No, whatever that thought was, it dropped right out of my head.
I'm so terribly sorry. I'll wager you have
Lecter, lovely to see you.
new invention.
Exo says they finally have something playable. Things are starting to work. Lovely.
A bird through the sky.
That's the start.
Would you care for some
Iterate.
I just can't
Get it
enough.
playable.
Just you're here for the
Iterate.
thrill.
Iterate fast. Iterate often.
Due-to trapdoor to many an oddity. Bought from the foreigners.
No.
Out in the colonies.
No.
Ideas got ahead for 1 man, penny dreadful. The marvelous.
Into the
eccentric, professional,
no.
relentless. The year's 1880, and the race for the sky is what every inventor is aching to find.
I have nothing I can throw at you.
Well-waxed moustache and a splendid top hat. I'll have the last
Somehow,
laugh.
Lecter, that was your fault, and I don't know how.
And I studied the stars.
Don't encourage it.
Past. I'm mastering my destiny, constant creation, awaiting patiently for a nation's adulation.
Criminals. Becking criminals, a lot of you. Bayonnaut's like, I miss monologues. I wrote one-man play once. Oh, way cool. I've never been able to write entertaining things. I just, like, we just used to write a bunch of key points and just... Craig and I would banter back off each other and then I'd cut it down into something sensible. You know, good stuff, good stuff.
In the steam room for months, lifting these lumps.
Catros is like, I'd say Red Acre's very known by now. Not wrong.
Companion by my side, a pet orangutan with a
Snuggly, don't encourage it.
But that's by the by, a whole other story. Today I will fly in my moment of glory. Well dressed, my tash is waxed to perfection, unveiling my best and my grandest invention.
Oh yeah, and so Exo just says they've been rewatching The Mandalorian. Completely forgotten he went to Tatooine. Yeah. I'm so very ready for more of that. Baron says, speaking of writing, they're prepping for Season 2, Memory Equals Null, in a very different way, and I'm not sure how they feel about it. I mean, I've never been able to write a D&D campaign either, so I wouldn't dare to assume to tell you how one would go about it. But much like with video games, tabletop stuff is about the experience. Like, an entirely improvised, impromptu session that goes brilliantly is just as good as an incredibly well-written, well-prepared session that goes brilliantly. Because it's what happens at the table. Do you know what I mean?
Take care, dive soon, or we'll land on the moon. Foolish ape, don't try to spike the balloon with a spoon. You lunatic, we're doomed. This adventure is hurtling and crashing into London's town centre and swerving and immersed. I deflate.
Oh, that was the other fucking cool news. I believe Mr. Squarepeg posted up on the Discord. But the OG Metal Gear Solids, the PC versions are currently up on GOG. So we may see OG Metal Gear popping back onto Steam and stuff, which I'd be very happy to see. Okie dokie lokies.
Damn it, it feels good to be a chap. A proper chap knows exactly where it's at. A proper chap is a rogue in well.
Sorry, bear with me just a second, dear friends. It's that old classic thing of nobody wants to talk to you until you go live, and suddenly everyone's like, blip, 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 blip. Right. So Snuggly was saying there hasn't been too much going on with the Blackout Club in Maine. I mean, as you all know, I'm happy to play it. I don't need to be a part of the narrative all day, every day. It's a cracking game on its own, some. but I'm still incredibly curious to see how it's going to happen. Sorry, how the story's going to come together. Catros just adding, hey Konami, if you're putting your old stuff on PC, how about that Castlevania Curse of Darkness? Oh, stop giving a heck, just throw me a bone. Well, I want Castlevania HD or Harmony of Despair. The like 6-player co-op Super Castlevania. Yeah, gives us that. Gives us that. And Spiller, what, oh friend? Castlevania 64 remastered. That sounds like something that Night Dive Studios would do. That would end up shifting more than the original game. Okie dokie lokers. Where my sauces at? Okay, so the thing with the thing hasn't been announced yet, so I can't talk about it. Grumble, 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 grumble.
And while its leading exponent, Mr. B, the gentleman rhymer.
Oh, though, as a complete random aside from all of the other things, Stellaris is going to be getting an undead race soon, which means we could potentially continue our undead vampire crab pirates, but now in space. That's a thing we could possibly do. Oh, and for those of you that enjoy Left 4 Dead 2, yesterday the brand new campaign for Left 4 Dead 2 was released. The one that was initially a series of fan-made sections like brought together. So if you need some snappy banter and some leaping around, shooting zombies in the face, or just beating them with a frying pan, like all of the above is viable. Lex is like, wait, Left 4 Dead fans? That's me!
Seems someone has been biting me.
And Lex, you are correct, like the Last Stand was originally an infinite spawning survival map, and then, yeah, it's become a whole thing.
Those are my tea trousers.
Now the thing I'm still curious about is that considering Left 4 Dead 2 is still a paid product, like getting community assets, remastering them and releasing them in, like I'd love to have known like the pipeline for that. Because a lot of the time what stops dev teams from releasing community content as real content is due to the legalities around it.
This is hip hop, not an Elvis night. Shelve this professor impersonation. Let it end now, it's impertinent waiting. You seem a reasonable chap. What you need to do is rap and not parody chap hop, because that's not proper, just not cricket.
Stammering Gamer just letting us know that did we know that the gills of crabs are called dead man fingers due to their weird appearance? I did not know that. We're all learning today. We're all learning today. Oh, still slugging coffees. I had a weird bit of the old bones turning to dust moments today. The good old Facebook memories throwing up some classics of. It was, well, technically yesterday. Yesterday, 2013? Yeah, 7 years ago. That I was last, when I was exhibiting Rome 2 at Gamescom with a bunch of cool friends, was like, feckin' yes. Also 2015 was I believe the first TwitchCon, which I got to go to in San Francisco, and it was weird. Like, I mean, I'd still argue that TwitchCon, the event, doesn't know what it wants to be, but I've never had a bad experience.
It's finally Friday. I'm free again. Got my motor running for a mildly exciting but not too crazy weekend. What ho, friendos?
Caffeine feckin' yo! Dude, I'm so glad to hear you've got your truck back with all the goodies. Like, I'm real happy for you, friend. And frickin' yo! Taking the Yalden with a casual 1,000 bits like it's no big deal. Dude, thank you sincerely. Thank you sincerely.
This is supposed to be a diss song. Jeffrey, get off the drums.
Aw, and Vanderbeest, thank you for refilling the pint glass. Caffeine, yo, like, again, dude, thank you. And friends, Caffeine's had a hell of a week. So to hear everything's kind of come back for good, so everything's come around to a happy place for Fridays. It's real good to hear, yo. Lecter was adding the TwitchCon is a magical place where I get to be IRL with my friends. Don't really care what the event is mostly. Yeah. Well, that was actually something that TwitchCon's ecosystem is very different, and honestly, it is the great times you spend with people off the show floor or in orbit around it is the best times. But that might just be my hyper-social nonsense. I also never seen so many people IRL streaming one event at once.
If I'm nice, it's probably sarcastic, ridiculously cynical. That's what we're like. If you can't take a joke, get on your bike. I'm British.
Baron switching to Lurk Baron mode. Baron, I want you to know that I heard the Transformers transforming noise when I read that, which I can't emulate. Caffeine says that TwitchCon 18 was an okay event. The Line-pocalypse was horrible. The bars and parties afterwards were dope as, right? Like, Caffeine, you and me go into a coffee shop because we didn't want to get in the line. And then we got to meet, what's-his-face who works on Eve, their head of communications, I think is his title now. Or he's like community director. They went to the bar, saw a bunch of cool people there. God. When we finally got in, the show floor itself was mediocre. But then one can argue, like, what is the true experience of a convention, right? How have I been talking for 40 minutes? What just happened? I'm so sorry, everybody. I was like, oh, I'll wait for... Okay, no, we're still waiting on Kyle. Alright.
As a chimney sweep, or a professor in a pith accompanied by chimpanzees. So if you're down with the Brits, then put your hands in the air. But if you'd rather not, that's fine, actually. I mean, I don't want to cause too much of a fuss. But at this point, I'd just like to take a moment to apologise on behalf of Britain for all the things that we've brought to the world. Simon Cowell, for example, and Jim Davidson, fox hunting, black pudding, racism.
Stammering Gamer says, I always treasure our chat at the EGX Res events. Talking about Total War 2 and the infamous Chili Pepper video. God. 1,000 years ago. Now, so Stammering Gamer, which of the Res was that? Was that the OG in Brighton or was that the OG in Brighton, the one in Birmingham, or the ones at Tobacco Docks? Because that'll give me a better sense of which conversation about that. Moose says, Will, stop pretending that you're surprised you talk a lot. Well, it's not the amount that I've been talking. It's that I blinked and it's suddenly 40 minutes later.
What is it, Pew? There's a ship off the starboard bow, sir. They're signaling for us to surrender, sir. They want to board us. Oh, really? Well then, Pew, lower the sail. Let's make sure we give them a warm welcome. Yes, yeah. Your first mistake was to step upon my bow unannounced and not expect to get trapped.
Oh, hello to you, Sadlin. What? Ho, friend, coming in. Castros is like Chili Peppers video. Is that the one I think it is? Yep. It hurts so bad. It hurts so bad. Oh no, friends, the stream has been relayed. We are under siege by a tiny dragon. Red Acre is truly doomed. Save yourselves. Prune seems to be the one that he just, as the most grumpy of the squad. but the least fussed to be in costume. How are you all doing? Aw, big man. How you doing, little big man? You can't bring cutie patooties in here and not expect me to pay them attention. Go!
I hear you're opening an IHOP with all this waffling. No better way to butter us up.
I got a dragon on my shoulder.
Don't put your foodies in there. Get your foodies out.
Okay, we need some dragon maintenance. Pun Spectre, thank you for the 200 bits, friend.
He's like, I don't more shit we need to conquer tonight. The winds at our backs, lads. Onwards to victory. No means no.
Nugget says no. Is he? Here we go. One whole tiny dragon.
He said no. Again, woman.
I'm gonna live with you. I think Prune's trying to get out of this one.
It's just a long nugget too. Because it doesn't. I have to put it a different way.
Oh yeah.
We put Freddie stuck in here again.
He's a long nug that's now a very big nug.
He's just, he's just trying to wiggle his way out of it.
All right. You okay, big man?
Yeah.
You still being big man? Perun not lucky to costume time. He did well with the other one. Well, that might be because he couldn't take the other one off. So, look at his little face.
He's like, no, you embarrass me in front of my friends.
Hey, Boss Anna, what ho, friend? We're just waiting on the illustrious Kyle Gatto to come join us. And then we're going to be leaping into Red Acre. Capsess's feet, you look awesome. Boss Anna, what I would welcome. How are you doing? I'd love to tell you that we did incredibly exciting things today. And we did, oh yes. We ventured into Target. My quest to find a... Okay, big man. We had one whole conversation with a human about wine. Mainly because I was being ridiculous. The Cadra says, I'm not sure I'd recommend leaping into Red Acre. More skulking. I mean, that's how I keep busting my knees around there. Bacon Avenger, what-ho? Boss Sender says they're alright. In college now, so I had to drop out of Ocolo. I mean, that's understandable. Legendary D&D adventures that will be there when you have your scholarship of victory. Is that the right term? I'm just gonna roll with it. And Gilmar Greyjoy is like,
First cup of joy on a misty morn. When you sip from a dark brew in a sharp suit watching cartoons, your very own
Perun was grumpy with me the other night because I was drunk and playing with him, and he scampered off behind one of the cabinets. I had to fish him out, and he was like, "No, this is my new home. No, do not take me away." And he was grumpy with me for a day. Cleona's currently grumpy because she's got to be on her own. We've had to put Anya in her own little segment at the moment just to make sure she's doing okay and there isn't like anything happening we're not seeing. But Cleona really enjoys company at the moment, so she spent a day sulking at us.
She's still sulking.
Yeah, sit in her house and look at us and be like, "You took my friend away."
They're separated by a plastic barrier.
Yeah, they can see each other.
They can see each other, they can smell each other.
But it's not the same. Oh, right.
Yours.
Look at that whole loaf. Just having a little melt. Okie dokie lokers.
I think somebody told me that they thought guinea pigs were much smaller, and I'm like, they usually are much smaller.
Oh yeah, no. Perun is
one whole loaf.
Oh yeah.
And like, Atticus is getting close to that now.
Atticus is still going to be little man though, because he'll always be that tiny little freaked out nugget.
Yup. Oh, he put both his little pawsies up.
Aww.
Those little pausies on my arm.
Johnny was just talking about the Hot Pepper gaming video. Has just seen that for the first time and went, safe to say everyone needs that in their life. Night Valen, what ho? Oh, and what ho to Fiona.
Hello, hello.
What ho to Nuggy. What ho to the Longship. Well, both Nuggy and River, return your greetings.
Hey, let me get the Oogie off your eye. Yeah, I'm just trying to get the Oogie off.
Oh, Caffeine, you made a pepper command? Boss Anna, Twig Nugget. Oh, I mean, he's a big one now. Aww. He's being fucking cute.
He's giving me a little cuddle.
Oh. He's a cuddle nug. Look at River's jealous face. River's not been happy since the Nuggies added. River very much enjoyed being an only child. Oh, Moose says the pepper command is their crime. Oh, thank you, Moose. Alright. I'm gonna jump into Redacre.
Okay. Goodbye to his little face.
Okay, Perun, thank you for coming to say hello. Are you going to be joining us for some Redacre run-ins?
I will not be tonight.
Okay. Well, you have an open invite if you feel the need to get chased around by the shape.
Sounds lovely.
And me and Kyle are going to try and help Hookshot on some low-cost to no-cost community management suggestions.
Sounds good.
So that's going to be our conversation starter. Obviously, that will completely fall by the wayside as soon as we get chased, but, you know, it's a good start.
Yeah.
It's a good start.
Good luck.
I'm going to need it. Can you hear me, Clem Fandango? Alrighty. So, let's deploy the tweet. I wrote it and remembered to push play, so feeling a little bit verified today. Verified? Yeah, let's go with that. That's a whole ass word. All right. Do the thing. God, I can hear Cleona squeaking in the other room. Through the closed door. Not even joking. Where's me pad? Okay. Katros says, that's it. Need to be off for sleeps. Brain doesn't want to work anymore. Don't go mad from the revelation. Which revelation? I wouldn't go so far to say that these days I'm unflappable, but I'll level with you. Like, it's... It takes a lot at this point. It takes a lot. Caffeine says probably going to dip in a bit for food and actually game for a bit. What a novel experience. Cut my what? Video games? Not on my watch. Also, friends, we can do a little... poll if you would like to have spooky alerts thrown at my dumb self. You do have the option. You do have the option. But let's get Kyle in here first. And go from there. Boss Anna says spooky month. Well, we do have October coming up. As with usual schedules, we won't be doing scary games all day, every day, because I know that's real stressful for a lot of people. There's a few special gems that I'm picking. Kisa says, I vote no, have them for Spacemans. Okay. There are a few people I need to blip at about Unfortunate Spacemen. Because I want to do a few guest invites. And Lecter with hands, peppers, knees, and toes for the conversation of do we need an equivocant for Will's injuries. Hand, peppers, knees, I don't know, face? Right. Here's the important part. As you'll get more than enough Will. Let's get some Kyle in here. Ring, 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 ring. Banana phone. More on that story at 11. And Pepper's knees and soul. Knees and soul. God darn it, Baron. I thought you were supposed to be lurking. And Pepper's knees and souls. Knees and souls. Yeah, it's real catchy. Screw you, Baron.
Oh, hello.
Oh, dear lord.
My god, it's me. Hello.
We managed to get the spoops in already. Kyle, how are you doing?
You know, I am hungry, so I'm eating.
Now, the important thing you're going to have to tell us is, what are you eating, just for context?
Oh, well, I got some tacos. I got some tamales. I've been craving Mexican food, and it's just like, I'm like, this is the right move.
Oh, mate, don't do me like that. Do you want to know the weird thing, though? I've had two very specific cravings.
All right.
Like the dollar tacos down at Georgetown from, like, Taco Tuesday. You know, we get, like, 3 of the little, like, street tacos for $1. Those are glorious. For our UK viewers, one of the things that you learn about coming out in the States is that a taco is not a singular thing. It's an encompassing, like, umbrella of delicious foods. So I've been craving those, like a big old, like, Hefeweizen and, like, a series of, like, street tacos, as many as I can eat. And
God,
also,
I fucking miss Seattle street food so much. I remember getting drunk during PAX West and just being like, I'm hungry. Where is the thing?
The other thing being, I've been craving awful Mexican food. Like crunchy Taco Bell style.
All right, stammering. Get the hell out of here. Go get some rest.
Oh, and Salem might want to get some where Matt's Cajun food truck tonight. Oh, Salem,
Oh
that's
my
just
god.
mean.
Cajun food. I haven't had good Cajun food in ages.
Ah. So, Kyle.
Yes.
I've got a great conversation topic.
Okay.
However, Fiona just paid channel points to turn on spooky alerts.
Uh-oh.
We had a vote. Nope. And Fiona just used her powers for evil. This is probably because every time anyone contributes stuff to Fiona's channel for like doing like push-ups or squats or whatever, I usually add to.
Yeah. Is it 69 for 20 points? Is that how many?
Oh, I haven't decided what 69 for 20 points should be, but I need to work on that. Though currently Fiona did throw in a 69-69. But also, so Hookshot is a dev friend of mine who's currently lurking with us. And I've been trying to... Hang on a second.
No, go.
Dear Kyle. You saw the dab has been unleashed, right?
Go, my friend.
How? It's like the Dreamer can smell it on the wind. Well, I'm going to turn on spoopy alerts, you criminals. And then we'll go from there.
What's a little Friday night without some crime?
I mean, I guess there's a lot of crime. There's a lot of crime going down. Okie dokie Lokis. Spoopy alerts are activated. And now I have to dab like an Egypt.
You know, chat, I secretly think Will likes dabbing.
I despise it with a great passion. And the thing is, it's the amount of time it takes to acquire 80,000 points is the only reason I haven't switched it off. Because that's a long-ass time. If someone hangs out here every day, it's like 3 weeks worth of points.
Yeah.
So if someone was saving for 2.5 weeks and I turned it off, I'd feel very guilty.
Uh-huh. Go on.
So that's why I haven't killed it.
Continue.
I have disliked dabbing through the entirety, but my general guilt about the idea of depraving people of getting to do the thing. You're all criminals! Pa-cha! Who was that? Feck you, the dreamer. Feck you.
Well, chat. If Will did away with dabs, what would he do? What would he do instead?
I don't know. Live a peaceful, long existence. They'd probably find a way.
You know, a T-pose is pretty good. How about? But
I'm fine with T-posing. Like I've done mocap.
I would think like a headstand or a handstand.
The physicalities of that, I may lack some of the additional, requirements like upper body strength.
You know,
space.
And I took that into account, and I'm just like, I took that into account, and I'm just like, maybe there should be a tier higher than the dabbing, like 160,000 points, and that would give you enough time.
I see where you're going with this.
Mm-hmm.
Lecter's done mocap as well. They were just adding. Is also asking, are we the same person? Again, we might be, potentially split into two different entities. That there was a divergence point of Will and Lecter. When that was, neither of us truly know. Oh, actually, so Moose was saying Will lacks certain abilities like upper body strength, lower body strength. While not as hench as they used to be, my legs are still pretty ridiculous. It's just... You know what? This conversation's going in a very strange position.
Yeah,
I need to... Oh, let me invite you
into
this game.
Yeah, you never really know what's going to happen here.
That is a very good point. Now, I've been informed that it's quite possible that the gods aren't out tonight.
And that's okay, and I respect it.
I've never... I know it's one of the main draws of this, but it's never something I've needed. Like, if we have an evening where we play the Blackout Club and we don't get messed with directly, I don't come away from it feeling like, grumble, grumble, grumble. I guess that's not fun.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I agree completely. Like, that's not the main draw. The main draw for this is me getting to eat my tamales and hanging out with you.
You know what? And I'm okay with that. Oh, and Salem was just adding, they've definitely met their past-shifted self. Was pleased with how his life ended up. I've met phase-shifted older me. Oh, God. No more caffeine for you, Kyle. Jesus.
Squats.
Space pants.
I called them spants.
Get out of my house.
Okay, I'm leaving.
What? So Boss Anno says, how does this game work again? 4-player, stealth 'em up, Left 4 Dead styly. Though it's just myself and Kyle for this evening.
And enhanced edibility if you have a food that you eat during play.
Yeah, that actually does provide additional superpowers. So here is the challenge. Is that we actually have a decent banter conversation to go into whilst doing... Oh, it's my favorite mission! Yeah! So, Hookshot is working on a game project. And after a few really good conversations, we've been talking about, like, the importance of community management. Like, you want to have a manager... you want to have someone to handle your community, or you want to start thinking about your community much earlier than most conversations about it tend to go. Like,
yep. Yeah, who's your product for?
Yeah. But Hookshot is at the zero to low cost...
Captain on the bridge.
Yo! Falazure, you fucking legend. Falazure...
Oh, hell yeah.
That's 23 months at a tier 3. That's fucking massive.
Bro, that's almost 24 months.
Almost. Next month's going to be 2 years since the war in Triplicate was won. But that's another story. Falazure, fucking thank you. That's bloody massive. So, yo.
A thank you from me also. It doesn't affect me, but also it does. In the sense that Will succeeding means I can keep coming back.
In fact, we've been able to do this for well over a year, thanks to everybody keeping my dumb ass alive. So, I'm happy.
Remember,
oh, yeah.
sleepers could be family.
Oh, Miyake Sakura, that particular was from, I think, the original E3 Bowl. And I believe I was referencing Todd Howard, who allegedly may have had relations with a stallion. Allegedly. Allegedly. I'm not saying... I am not saying that Todd Howard's inappropriately touched a racing horse. I am not
but
saying
it's possible that a racing horse is inappropriately touched Todd Howard.
Yes.
I don't know. I don't know the science behind that.
So, Hookshot has like 0 to low cost budget and needs to do community. So I've been trying to think of ways to enact on this one. Like, finding a good community manager that you are unable to pay in the initial is not an easy
It is certainly not ideal.
No. And how one goes about that, if you pitch them the project and openly say, like, I have no budget to work with right now, and here's what I'd like to do in the future. I don't think that's too bad, but trying to be like, I've got a video game, can you come do community management for 0 money? Is a faux pas. So, Arvek. Oh, pee in a bin bag. I picked the wrong bloody lock. Why am I an idiot? Oh, so Boss Anna was asking the first question. So what kind of community is it? Well, it's definitely video game. Now, I believe Hookshot's project is single player. Oh, did you bring an extra lockpick?
Nope.
Feck.
Maybe. I don't know. Yes. Yes, I did.
Who's got lockpicks? Oh, yeah, me.
Break us in, break us in.
You see the lock?
Oh, that's going to be locked again, isn't it? What is going on? It just wants us to sin. Maybe there's a lockpick in here. So I've been thinking of, like, things that either Hookshot can start doing
Watch
now.
this. Watch this.
Is it the song? Yes, it worked.
So long, Karen. Bark. Whee!
Yeah. That's Galaxy Brain Blackout Club play.
That was top tier. The lockpick was people.
Good. And now we...
So Hookshot was saying, okay, so it's a 2D adventure game about a squirrel in a fantasy land.
Okay.
So they're looking more towards, like, communities like Ori and other kind of creative based around single-player experience style communities.
Mm-hmm.
The idea being is that, okay, touch wood, first game sells well, move on to second title. Second title will have multiplayer elements in it, so that the community retention will be important for follow-up title.
So, as you and I both know, very rarely does anyone succeed on something they make the first time.
Yes.
So rarely. And that's not to put a damper on like your hopes or your dreams or anything like that. That's honestly just a reality of game development specifically.
Yeah. Well, it's also worth saying that Hookshot's got enough game dev experience to understand at least those elements. It's the community management parts that I wanted to try and get into, because I reckon we can solve it. We're getting another nugget.
Another nugget?
Atticus will be playing my part for the rest of this, so we're gonna...
Oh. Am I viewing a nugget now? I am viewing a nugget.
Yes.
I am partaking in this vision. Wonderful.
What light from yonder nugget breaks? Ask not for whom the nugget squeaks. but it squeaks for thee. Yeah, so Hookshot is a AAA survivor.
Okay. Oh, I accidentally made a noise.
And so did River, which made me a little scared right there.
So okay, so you have that experience, and okay, so it's your first time deving indily.
Yeah, indily.
Indily.
Are we coining this phrase today?
Where it's the phrase of the day.
The word of the day is indily. To do something in an indie manner.
Yeah.
Oh God. I think that sleeper heard. Yeah, no, that lucid heard Atticus.
You see that lucid?
Atticus is not a stealthy nuggie.
He is not.
Yeah,
Atticus is a brute. No, God, no!
Atticus, like, not the hair.
So,
I want the hair.
Hang on, let me give you more. You can see a little bit more Atticus there.
So one of the things that I've learned working in games and music is that, what? What?
More nugget-related nonsense.
Oh, okay. I'm not watching. I'm kind of just hanging out up here.
It's all right. Fiona's going to be joining us on the ear.
Oh, okay.
So it's basically 3 community managers and a nugget right now.
Gotcha.
You don't think Atticus can... That's what we have meetings about. He community manages for the Nuggets.
Oh! You made this happen!
I did.
Spiller, we do have spooky alerts. I think that's going to be today's challenge, is can we Blackout Club and talk community management, all while scaring Will repeatedly? Hooray.
I'm going to go ahead and say yes. We have the ability.
We have the capacity, certainly.
So learning games and music, with music being the far more independent endeavor, just because it's usually like small sources, and very rarely have I seen a lot of bands do like label support. And if they do have label support, it's not at like the social media community level. So much of it.
Oh,
so much of it
in.
is
Stalker in.
That spot. See it?
Where?
Right there.
Stalker, there.
Oh, you bastard! I see you, motherfucker.
I'm just gonna shoot him with a trank just because it amuses me.
First off, I know you special evil eye.
You motherfucker. Will, that Lucid is after you.
I know. Ah, shiza. I didn't see the... I didn't see the little... Oh, wait, what? How am I getting grabbed here? What the hot feck just happened? Dude, I got grabbed. What the shit?
Oh my god.
What the fuck just happened?
Oh my god, dude.
So, I hit the speed trap by mistake.
Holy fuck! Holy fuck! Are you kidding me?
What is going on?
Oh my god, this is terrible and bad.
Alright, I'm gonna... Like, I need a...
Oh, now the shape is coming for me. Oh, this is a disaster.
What is going on?
Oh, now it's coming for you again.
Yeah, but I gotta get my run on. Whew! Hookshot, we will return to that topic in just a moment. But, so, I hit the speed trap, and then the Lucid immediately had me on the ground and dragged me to.
Yeah.
Which has not happened to me before. I don't know if
Yeah, I've never seen that happen before.
So, hopefully, I won't have to call out for my god's help.
Oh, frick me. Oh, stay the fuck away from me.
Yeah, you might have to do the lasers, and I might have to play bait friend. Oh!
Oh, now it's coming for me.
What did you do?
I threw a flashbang maybe. Bro, I don't know what's going on. This might be a wash, honestly.
Oh, also, wait, Shape's big mad already?
Oh, is it changing? Frick me.
Man.
Anyway, normal Friday night. Just having a time.
Might need to be like, the idea if you could just come and give us a little hand, that'd be feckin' great. I have a feeling he's not.
I think we're on our own, baby.
I think you're right. Hey, the gods help those that help themselves, right?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, I'm just healing up.
So I grabbed a bunch of the thingies.
I should be able to finish this with 3, so bear with me a sec. If you can stay safe, I can mop up this quest. We'll just keep an ear out for the our would-be attacker.
Yeah. The other problem is we still have another quest after this.
Yay! Oh, and Snuggly, thank you for explaining to Boss Anna what's going down. Usually I'd be better for my explanations, but, you know, horrible shapes that can only be seen with your eyes closed, strangers, you know, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Dangers.
Though, I do feel like I hit the Stalker with a couple of tranks, and they didn't slow down, and I'm like, is my aim that bad? Oh, piss off, mate.
Bells, asshole.
Piss off, me.
I'm sure the shape is very close to me.
Good, right?
Alright, that's
Texting
done.
HQ.
Evidence bag.
Okay.
Alright, so let's team up. We've got to get this Stalker before we move on.
Yep.
I need more goodies.
Oh my god, like the shape is like right under me.
Lucid.
This is that wee bad word. Got an idea though. That noisemaker was me.
Okay. So, I guess a big part of the community building, whenever you're doing it by yourself or doing it with doing it as part of a small team, is that, and if my experience with being around smaller bands and things like that, speaks to anything, which it might, but which it might not. But complete transparency is one of like the huge things about it, and it's one of the things that just comes to, I suppose, be respected by the people who are interested in your product.
I will agree and communicate in but a second. I need to.
Yeah.
I just needed to change the way I'm coming to meet you because I just need.
No,
to
you're fine.
I'm just.
Was that you?
No, that was them. They were in the big room. The big room with the stairs out.
Yeah.
Close to you. I don't think they know where you are. They know where I am.
That's fine.
Because they were looking at me.
Okay.
So I'm gonna sneak in here.
I think I'm pretty well hidden. Also, I know I announced that I would be streaming also, but I can't get the Blackout Club to show up on OBS, so I will be canceling that.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
It's fine. You know, it's just a tragedy of technology, and I'm just gonna have to figure it out later.
There are some games where I have to just do a straight up like screen capture. The weird one was Death Stranding. If I tried to stream it in like as a game source, it was a nightmare to watch. But if I streamed it as a screen capture, it was buttery smooth.
Oh, how interesting! All right, well, I will look into that as a workaround.
A smarter person than I would be able to tell you why. I can just tell you that it is.
See that, Lucid?
It might have something to do with like the way the capturing is encoded.
Really well.
Also, the smoke in this room with the purple tiles. I watched the shape moving around, and he moves the smoke.
Man, that's cool.
Also fecking terrifying.
Yeah, but also video games cool.
Video games equals cool. All right, so here's the bait.
So one of those bodies down there is mine.
And
I made sure to, yeah.
And one of them's mine. Gives us a nice little shopping angle.
Yeah. They did take a picture of the body that I dropped.
Target neutralized.
Well, let's give him a nice little pile to sniff him. Kids in the rafters, hiding with the flashbangs.
It wouldn't surprise me if.
Oh, there they are. Yeah, they did a drive-by.
Oh.
Okay, so while we're playing, like, outweight the stalker.
Are they down the hall?
Yeah, they ran past, but my flashbang hit the beams.
Yeah, I saw that.
I guess I'm still getting back into this, you know. It's been a while.
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah, I've been trying to think of like practical things that one can start doing to building a community. I do think that moving your communication platform to something like Discord away from Slack is a great idea.
Yeah, absolutely. It's Discord is a lot more inclusive. Like you can kind of make it like a chill hangout place, like beyond the scope of your game, which is often a good idea. Like you don't like it's nice to have like a focus, but also like allowing people to be themselves is incredibly important.
And if you're already doing that day-to-day communication with like either contractors you're working with or other like members of your team, you can just make the parts of that public to start generating. Like I joined a lot of game related like studio discords, and they tend to fall by the wayside because I think that the people creating the game expect to do that, like if you make them they will come, but then what happens, there needs to be a community to be a part of. A tip that I learned from some South African devs who do a lot of contracting and otherwise was just, I know this is like a small thing, but saying good morning when you wake up on like Discord or Slack or whatever, because it lets everybody know, hey, you're online and you want to talk about stuff.
Yeah, being a person with others is really, really important.
Yeah.
I guess the other part of it is like, if we're exploring the humanization aspect of it, is just like you're not separate from your community. Like you want to be integrated with their excitement. And it's just like if you're excited about something that you're working on, like I guess that's the kind of sentiment that you should be disseminating into those people. There's probably a better way to phrase that, but
no, I know what you mean. There they are.
Yeah.
There.
They're trying to bait me into. They're trying to bait me into throwing stuff at them.
Yeah.
They're trying to eat my stuff.
If they come back, let me know.
I will do. All they did was like a little round of peekaboo. I see you.
Yeah.
But the shape is right beneath you, so if you drop in...
Oh, I know. I feel him.
I
feel him.
Creeped. But no, I know what you mean. Removing that whole sense of us and them as a small team indie is, I think, important.
Yeah, it's never us and them. It's only us.
Yeah.
You know.
If someone is
okay, I see the fog thing that you were talking about. That's cool. Yeah.
Right. Maybe that's always been there, and I only noticed it today. But that's feckin' rad.
Exactly. Behanot's right. You can't fake loving what you do. So if you're excited about what you're doing, other people will be attracted to that energy. And I don't want to be all Oprah Winfrey and be like, ooh, the law of attraction. But I mean, honestly, it does kind of work that way. Like you do attract an energy.
Actually,
that you exude.
I'm pretty sure it was Steve Buscemi that came up with that. Like, I don't want to correct you while you're talking, but I'm pretty sure the law of attraction. That's Steve Buscemi. I'm sure of it.
Well, no. So I only say Oprah Winfrey just because there was a book several years ago, like 2 decades ago, that she championed that was called The Secret, and she's like, oh, The Secret, that's Like it's all written in this book and all like that. So I looked at the summary for the secret and I'm like, oh, it's the law of attraction. I'm like, fucking duh, this is common sense. So
I was joking. I don't know if Steve Buscemi has ever written about the law of attraction.
You know what? Steve Buscemi is now the author of The Secret.
Done. I'm glad we had this talk.
Me too. So,
the other thing I want to say is economy of time is very important as a small indie.
Yeah.
Like, finding ways you can do something.
Oh, I see them. They came around the long way. So they're behind.
Oh, well, up that way.
No, over that way, this way. Like behind you.
Oh.
Stalker!
Them! There!
Gotcha!
Nice grab, baby! Yeah!
Measured cuts can eat my ass, and not in a fun way.
What a grab, buddy! Yes!
Oh, what, you thought I'd been slacking? Nah. Right. Not too shabby, if I do say so myself.
Yeah. So let's grab this bag.
Just
and allow us to get the fuck out of here.
I mean, they were good. Like they
were good, but you know what? We were better.
Measure that one.
All right, I'm gonna have to ask you to grab this bag just because, like, that boy is hanging out.
He is fucking livid. Also gonna get.
He knows I'm in here. He knows.
He can smell you, but he can't see you.
You know what? I actually did have a shower earlier today, so it might be the shampoo. he might be able to smell what I'm cooking.
No, that's Dwayne the Rock Johnson.
No, you know, Dwayne the Rock Johnson isn't the only chef in the world.
It's like I hear the words you're telling me, but I don't understand it.
Mm-hmm. Well,
now watch me stuff this up by myself.
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
Oh, I watched a wonderful film called Fighting in the Family, and it was Dwayne Johnson as Dwayne Johnson. It's a film about a lass from the north of England becoming a WWE wrestler, and him just
Lady Lecta is correcting you. Fighting with family.
Fighting with my family. Thank you. Because Lecter was crashing around ours when we were watching it, and
gotcha, okay.
Like since that point, I've definitely solidified I'd like to meet Dwayne Johnson and have whatever the equivalent of a pint is with him.
A keg.
Whole ass keg.
He just kegs by himself. They call that kegging.
Hey, look at us. Technically competent.
You just did me a damage there, Kyle. You just did me a damage.
You know, part of my job is to do as much psychic damage as possible. All right, I'm gonna head up. Thank you for doing that, by the way.
That's all good.
I'm very scared.
Got you. Like, we ruined a stalker's run and made my life. Made my little evening. From this point onwards, like we've won.
Yeah.
Boss Anna says, "I wish The Rock would keg me." If only I had the power to make that happen, dear friend. No!
He lifts you up and then breaks you in half and then just drinks your insides.
That's not what you're describing. Is an act of murder, and yet. Anyway, it was just his philosophies on how to show people the most you that you can be. Even though it was stuff, his philosophy through a film script, I thought was real interesting. I was talking about this with Tal last night. Is that I'm really, really feckin' happy these days, and I realize it's because I don't have to spend any time pretending like I don't fucking love video games. I don't have to hide my keen for all of this at all. There's no pretense, and I think that's one of the reasons why I'm a chipper Mother Hubbard.
Yeah, that's so valid. And video games are fun, and working in video games is fun.
It is. It's the hard feckin' work. Also, what Victoria's post about how every community manager tells each other not to work too hard, whilst themselves simultaneously working too hard. That's been haunting me since she wrote it.
The best it's ever been.
Oh. And Hookshot says they love working in video games. Absolutely. And see, Hookshot, you've got that. Like, you don't have to fake it for a community. Finding a way to let that shine through. Now, I want to go a little bit conceptual here rather than direct practical. Oh, actually.
Oh, we got dreams. Oh,
dreams.
Baby. All right. Yeah.
Dream time.
What happened to all of my friends?
They weren't your friends. Not really. Deep down, there would always be that itch. You'd always want to know who was better. Your friends were weak, child. You're weak too. But together, you and I are going to change all that.
Hunter doing his whole sales pitch.
Oh, I got a measured head stream.
Ooh. Oh, that's because me and Fiona did one mission before you joined us last time. So
Gotcha. Okay. So I'm a little behind there.
Yeah. Hookshot saying that their problem at the moment is that they're making as much success of their day job as well. So, and that's currently paying for the family, which is understandable. The thing that I wanted to get into on the conceptual is community construction through alternative means. For example, the club. I know the club's very much become a big meme here in the long ship. But when we spoke to William Pugh about this, he put forward that him and his team had big success with their newsletter, and that they didn't have much success in doing like videos or podcasts or direct interaction in those manners. So they made a game. They made a short form, like a short dev cycle multiplayer game, like a browser-based piece of lovely nonsense
Heads up, y'all.
that people could just play. And they allowed that to be a driving force of their community engagement. Now, admittedly, they already had a community at that point. But I think the lesson that I wanted to pull out from that in the conceptual was that looking at the strengths and skill sets that you have and seeing if any of those have community building properties. You know?
Yep.
If you're a writer, you know, creating some kind of like fictional game development blog that gets more and more into the obscure. Case in point, Zalavir's Tomb Raider story on Twitter. Like, that made Kotaku. You know he gained a bunch of people from that. If you're unfamiliar, Zalavir wrote a fake Tomb Raider development story that was like, I want to say it was like 50 plus tweets long, in the style of, this is a story told to me by a developer who worked on a game. And the whole thing is leading up to one single pun. And it's fucking glorious.
That's amazing. I love that.
And
that's the kind of energy I want as a father.
Like telling your child a long drawn out tale with twists and turns that leads up to a singular dad joke.
Yes. Which reminds me, I have to
father some children. I mean, Boss Anna's right. Dad jokes are great.
If anybody has some time, go ahead and read that.
Nate,
and if you read it, don't spoil it for anybody.
Okay, I'll bug you for the link to that later so I can give it a read after the show.
You know, I will just put it in our chat right now. Bam.
Boss Anna says their favorite is boiling the hell out of holy water. That's a great turn of phrase.
Yeah, I like that. That's good.
So Hookshot's saying that they're a programmer designer who plays games too much. Well, then perhaps, I mean, consider like the Frog Fractions route, making some tiny quick form, like mimetic games here and there to anything that's like. Sorry, go for it.
No, I'm agreeing with you. It's just like, okay, like you have your massive project. Okay, so I'm going to example what was it, Mighty Gunvolt?
Yes.
Where they made like little offshoot games before the release of the big title, just to be like, here's a taste. Do you like this? There's more coming.
And it was real good.
Yeah, and they were really good, but they weren't the whole game. They weren't fully featured. They were just very, very bare bones. They were cool to look at. They had like different styles of art, which was just more pixelated, or more like more 8-bit or 16-bit than the would-be final product.
My friends over at Spilt Milk Studios did a mock RPG Maker project to promote the release of Tango Fiesta. They were like, what if 80s action heroes were in a JRPG setting? How would that look? And so they just did like a tongue-in-cheek RPG Maker project, put it out for free, but it worked real well. Now, Boss Anna is correct that ARGs are fun, but ARGs are a very specific skill set to create.
They're like you need a lot of like imagination, ways to disseminate.
Cool.
You need like
What was next?
You need multiple paths of planning.
What's next?
Like and you need to work with the community instead of directing the community on a certain path.
Which is a valid. I mean, that's a valid form of community construction. It's just ARGs are a different stratagem for like community engagement.
Yeah.
And I know, sorry, Kyle,
and
I know you know that.
not. Oh well, I mean, we're talking, man. You don't need to be like, oh, I know you know that. Somebody else may not know that.
I know.
To the chat, I don't know what you know. Hell, Will, I barely know what you know. I'm pretty good at guessing, but overall, it's just I don't know a damn thing, and I admit that.
I know that after Burning Gundam upgraded to God Gundam, that Shining Finger became Burning Fist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's facts.
Those are facts. Those are history facts.
Yeah. Historical documents.
I just did the best not breaking my knees jump, and I feel like, man, I'm on fire today. God, I can't wait to see how I fuck this up now.
Bro, your verticality, unmatched, untouchable.
Like verticala wee, am I right?
No.
Anyway, so back to engagement. Hookshot says also being a dad's pretty great. Well, one of the things that's been really nice is I've had like digi hangout conversations with Hookshot, and their little one is feckin' adorable. And I'm not saying that you should farm your child for social media hits, but
you're also not saying that.
I'm saying that, especially while they're at the just kind of like gurgling and entertaining themselves phase, it is possible to have them in the background whilst doing stuff.
See?
Yep.
And I think there are,
Lucid there.
as the games industry is getting older. Oh,
we got a stalker on us.
Stalker was behind me, so I'm going to come to you.
All right.
And then we'll go from there.
Also, it looks like we're gonna egg some Lucids here.
Yeah. That was you with the grapple hook, yeah?
It sure was.
Cool.
It sure was.
I'm coming round to join you. They got a photo of me whilst I was on top of the roof, but just because I was faffing a boot.
Right.
Wellity. I haven't knocked anybody out, so there's no one for them to find.
Lucid?
Yeah.
Tempted to go get the goodies behind the shape bunker.
Do you know where they got that picture from?
Oh, they were on the roof right behind me.
I gotcha.
So I decided not to try and chase them through the buildings and just wait for them to feck up. How am I doing? Actually, I'm doing fine for goodies, so I'll save the... I'm going to come join you on the roof. Boss Anna says the ARG made them think that I think DMing a tabletop game has a lot of transferable skills. It does. I mean,
yeah, definitely the creativity, the creative storytelling, those elements are incredibly important to making an ARG, and of course, being able to make things up on the fly, very like essential skills for doing an ARG. You
see him?
Someone's watching me find them.
You thought.
Oh! You thought wrong. That is. Oh god! I just fell on that. That is somebody different. Wait, what's that logo? I don't recognize that.
I think they caught a bunch of stalkers. Watch out for that Lucid there.
Yeah. Thanks for the noisemaker. Dweeb. Because my god's better than your god. And my god gives better spells. And my god doesn't like hanging out with your god because your god smells. I'm a grown-up. Oh, yeah, Snugglies are green. That's the stalker catching jacket. Oh, the irony!
Caught, baby. Boss Anna is right. If you do break your knees, then the Mafia can't break them.
There we go. Behenaut says, when we stare into the abyss says, a party! Because Tooth Mum knows how to party. We're in agreement on that, though. Like, canonically, Tooth Mum knows how to party. Kisa says, in terms of tabletop, they've hosted 6 games and learned very little. But yeah, so going back to it, it's working out the methods and skill sets that work for you or for your project.
Yeah. Like really. So part of it, I sincerely think that part of it is like, what makes your product meaningful, not just to you, but what makes it meaningful. What do you derive from it? What are you hoping other people derive from it? And those are the qualities that you want to convey to your would-be audiences, to the people that are going to consume your product, ideally eventually.
Yeah.
Oh my god, there's so many Lucids.
Yeah, because we've got to cover them with eggs. I'm heading down into
a lot
the
of
maze.
them. Yeah. And I know that might seem kind of like an oh duh moment, but it's like really, like very sincerely, like breaking something down to its components is much harder than you'd like to think.
Far down are we? Never mind. Don't tell me.
I'm gonna big agree on that one.
Because it's just like, oh, okay, like yeah, you can care about the way your game looks or the way it plays, and it's just like understanding the core gameplay loop of your product and why that might be interesting to beyond your personal scope, or why something might look the way it does, and understanding how that might influence somebody that isn't you.
How's it? If your game or your product or even your studio philosophy is evocative of something, you can build a community around that.
Yeah.
Again, I know this is a hyperbole example because there's nothing more douchey than someone saying, just do what Supergiant does, that's dead easy. But Supergiant have built their titles around a specific art style, especially with good old Mr. Corb's musical stylings.
Yeah.
Being able to identify the equivocant in your product will mean you're able to build a stronger community from it. But that's also way harder to do before your game's out.
Yeah, and not only that, like there's a lot of variety like within Supergiant's catalog. Like even if they have Darren composing the music for the games, and even if they have similar art styles across their games, like they've still managed to create interesting game loops within each game, and each one is distinct, and like
how's
the major overlapping factor in all the games is that they're made by Supergiant. Like that's it.
Oh, feckin' Lucid. Also, friends, if Kyle and I get too into the weeds in terms of community talk, please do ask us to clarify, because while though this was something that I wanted to help Hookshot with directly, like I figure if any of you are going to be building groups or making video games in the future, hopefully this will be useful. So,
or even if you're just like doing kind of work or working on something that you love, it doesn't even have to be a video game. It's just like being able to sincerely break something down to its components and finding out why you love it and why others might love it is just it's good, honest consideration to have, just because we're social creatures and things of that nature are important.
Yeah, well, you know, I hadn't even taken that into consideration. Like, I don't want to go too much into discussing the state of the real, but you know, right now we are all very reliant on our digital communities, and there is a benefit in. Sorry, I had to sneak past a sound trap. I didn't mean to. Quiet. Oh, thank you. Fucking Lucid, man. I'm fine. I was just like sneaking. Lucid's like, oh hey, what's up, friend? Have you tried not having a face? It's great.
Hello.
No. Oh, goody, curses. Okay. Sorry, I derailed myself there. Good work,
No,
Will.
fine.
Good work.
No, I shouldn't have done that, but okay. So...
Shh. Sorry, it turns out that shushing noise traps works. Who knew? Who knew? I walked past it, and it went warning, and I went shh, and it was like, okay.
Alright.
Okay, so let's get back to the chunky. Now again, friends, we're going to be phrasing this around video games, but a lot of this is applicable to a lot of different spheres of nerdery.
Yeah.
So, now Kyle, I've been saying with people like, when should they consider starting to build a community? I said ideally a year out, worst case scenario 6 months out, like with community construction.
There's no right answer, but like before your product releases is
right.
Right before it releases is the wrong answer.
Right? There's no right answer, but there are a lot of wrong answers. Like,
there are plenty of wrong answers.
A week and a half after your players are very, very angry is absolutely the wrong answer.
Yep.
Like, our player base is livid ass. We should probably hire a community manager. Like, at that point, you don't need a community manager, you need a firefighter.
Yeah. So, I mean, like, I guess it's kind of hard not knowing what the product is or what it's supposed to look like, and it's just like, and that's fine. Like, you know, like, a lot of it is just, a lot of the words that we're going to say are just purely hypothetical no matter what.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of things we put forward, friends, that are, yeah, very much into the theoretical sciences of communities. One of the practical things I would say is, like, do create a... We were saying earlier about having a Discord and stuff like that. It isn't just Discord equals community. It's, like, create a communication space.
And like some of the stuff is already like no-brainer. Make sure that you make your social media, connect it all together, have a website, like, get that stuff look professional.
God, yeah.
Like, honestly, that's fundamental to it, in the sense that if people see that you've cared enough about your product to make it look good and to make it functional, if the user experience is smooth, everybody's going to have a better time connecting with it. I know that I've shied away from certain products. Oh my God, I fell. I've shied away from certain products just because like it's unpleasant to use. Right. And I'm just like, well, this sucks, and I don't want to like be involved with this because I just don't like using it.
If I have to go through like 5 or 6 different screens just to find out if I can like find a social media page or something, like, come on. Like, honestly, even if you just have one of those, like, one page, like, vertical scrolling with all the info on, like, that's enough.
Yeah, and even then you can make it real slick. You can have subheaders. You can be like, here's the game, here's an outline of the story, here's some gameplay, here's a couple of videos, here's what the media has said, and then at the bottom, like how to get in touch with you and your social media.
Yeah.
Social media at top and bottom, of course.
Oh,
just
yes.
because like you got the icons, and then at the bottom you have the elaboration or embeds or whatever. Like, yeah, like getting things looking good and feeling good. More importantly, like if things feel good to use, people engage with that.
You know that thing with the Blackout Club where you're not sure if you found a stray artifact or if you found some like puzzle clue you don't yet understand?
Yeah.
I found these two like little I don't know, they look like wire connectors just here. I think they're stray artifacts, but I don't know. If you can see them as well.
You're lighting me up.
See them? Oh, these things? Yeah, I see them.
I think stray artifacts, but that's the thing. The Blackout Club, you never truly know.
Hey, you're lighting me up.
What was I going to add to that one?
But yeah, like the social media and all that stuff, like that's. It's like a no-brainer. That's fundamental, especially now.
And I know it seems weird to say that in a conversation about like community management and like how to set up a community, but having that professionalism really helps when you want to have that direct engagement, because looking professional to the outside world and then having like one-to-one conversations with your users feels like genuine and engaged. Minus the professionalism.
Not only that, like it makes your product look appealing to more than just your user base. Like if maybe there's an investor or maybe somebody wants to publish your game, they're like, damn, this person has put in so much work, I want to work with them.
Varbles makes a good point that from the showcase last week, one of the websites was returning a 404, which is not a good look.
I can agree with that. But it really. Oh my god, the fucking phone.
We don't need it. I'm not taking it.
I have like 1 million curses, and by 1 million I mean like 40. But
we've all been there.
I myself am a curse, so I get it.
But yeah, no, that sense of professionalism I do think is important for when you're bringing a community together.
Yeah, very sincerely, like having like unified product, unified visuals, like that stuff feels good. And like one of the things that I like personally is like if your product is very heavy visually based and you can make art assets that people will want to engage with, like Facebook banners and Twitter banners and like Facebook frames and things like that. It's just like it's another way to market your product. And I know I'm talking a lot about like marketing your product, but community is essentially just an extension of marketing. It always has been, it always will be.
I've always looked at it like PR is about reach, community is about engagement, but it's all about, having a, not to sound too mercenary on it, but it's like, if...
Good.
Alright, no, cool.
Now
Here's me trying to make the complicated points while I'm confusing myself with nonsense. It is... two sides to the same coin, and right now I think that community is one of the most important things for developers because sustainability is much more feasible than like massive day one sales.
Yeah.
We have huge survivor bias when it comes to discussing like indie titles, first launch titles. Whereas if you look at like, if you expect to sell very, very poorly in your first, but retain all of those users as part of your community, and again, sorry to put this into like business speak, but if you can do that, you're onto a feckin' winner.
Yeah.
Because then those people come with you to the second title. And then the people that...
What the frick? Why? What did I do?
Hide now.
I have no idea! Fuck! I'm in trouble. He is right outside the pissing door. Mate, I'm gonna have to reel...
he's after me. Oh, no, he's after you now. What the hell?
Yeah. Man, fucking... Speakers One could suck my entire ass. Like, what the hell? Sorry, forgive my cursings.
Sucketh my nuts.
Consumeth mine bunghole. You're a bad influence on me. Baron's asking, dear Twitch, how the heck do I get into someone's VODs if they are live? You'd think that would be a thing that people would need. Kyle, what did you do?
Egg delucid.
Man.
Oh, goodness. The man, he's there. I'm going to the treehouse. Goodbye.
He sounds to be the biggest of mads. Alright, I think I've got enough.
Sir, please?
I just need to reload my rancid eggs. I'll get this last one.
Quiet.
Yeah.
We can go find ourselves a... Oh, boy.
Careful.
Pacha!
Ah! Down.
He just ate it. It's more funny when they do that on concrete, but, you know. Alright, we good.
Oh, all the way up there? Are you kidding me, son?
Oh, I might be in trouble. Alright, I'm gonna get sugar hyped. I'll see you up there. Baron's like, BRB, gonna go shank an entire Twitch UI team. I think by shank, you mean aforementioned, you know, rancid egging. We need them to do better, not to be murdered.
So,
So before we have that little, like, shape interaction-y...
I guess, like, really thinking about...
Oh, also...
It is complicated. There's no one answer that's going to fit.
So sorry, I apologize because I missed Deus's comment. So firstly, Deus, what-ho, good evening. Me and Kyle are talking community management. Secondly, if there is a god, it is Gorb, ascend with Gorb. Hookshot saying this is all great info, brilliant, because I love talking about this.
Yeah, no, this is what we do.
And Spiller was saying, Spiller was adding it might sound cynical, but active communities are really good marketing. It's worth saying that this is just the analytical way of talking about something which Kyle and I are both very passionate about. Like, I love video game communities. I love being a part of them. I love supporting them. And this is just like going down to the science level. Like, the empathic level, the shamanistic level is, video games are great. We all love hanging out. How do we make a space where everybody hangs out? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not cynical to talk about community management in this way and to talk about the realities of it. It's just, it's professional. That's it. Sorry, Carl. I apologize for cutting you off there. I realized I was being a terrible host and not looking at everybody's comments.
You're fine.
Also, dream time.
I want a number 9 large. I would like to not die.
Ugh, a food order. Everyone's first thought. I wish they would pray for some fresh material. And I'm sorry, you don't want to die? Well, maybe you should stop wasting my time. Give this body to me, and I will keep your ass alive. Oh, FYI, I will also tattoo another ass on it. This is Labs signing off.
How was your dream?
Oh, I got the hunter dream.
Your next one is glorious. And Boss Adam's like,
very
yes, the shit posting god. He really is.
Oh, me? You mean me? Are you sure you're talking, like, are you sure you're not talking about me?
I can't promise that. Kyle, would you mind chatting with these lovely Mother Hubbards for a second, as I desperately need to nip to the loo?
Yeah, get the hell out of here. Go.
I'll be back in just a second.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. I am making a tweet. It is just an informative tweet. So don't go rushing to my Twitter. All right. So, hello everyone. What are your weekend plans? Tell me. No, don't go to my Twitter. I mean, you can if you want. Hello. No, rhymes with moose. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. So yeah, bet not you're working this weekend. You know, I have the weekend off. You know, a chicken can cross a road for many reasons. What if you 3D modeled a smaller hamster wheel? To talk to the goofball. Rhymes with moose. Wonderful. Wonderful. I'm glad you read the Nate the Snake thing. It is definitely something that, so my friend sent that to me years ago, and I think about it like once a week. Fits in the tantrums. All right. Oh, that's awesome. Vermont is beautiful this time of year. That sounds lovely, Band Beast. I'm glad. Hello. Hi, Zelky. Hello. So every time I see hello, I'm like, is it like an anime ooh hello, or is it like an Elmer Fudd hello? Or, you know, he just goes, hello, my name is Elmer Fudd. But I do think about hello, Mr. Obama a lot. Hello, Mr. Obama? Well, because, you know, the anime hello is much higher pitched, and then the Elmer Fudd hello is like the Elmer Fudd hello, or the hello, you know? Ooh, you wascally wabbit. I don't know. I'm not so much doing voice impressions like I was doing in high school. Like, oh my god, how old am I? 16 years ago or more. I used to do a really good Ralph Wiggum, but you know, I'm older now and I smoke too many cigarettes. Not that I smoke, but I've had like 10 in my life, and that was too many. This is now an anti-smoking stream. So if you smoke, I'm gonna recommend that you quit. I agree that 2 is too many, but the most number of smokes that I've smoked is
Papa Chaha.
We're talking about how smoking is bad, but the most amount that I've smoked is when I was really stressed out. I was going through one of the worst breakups of my life, so I smoked a lot. I smoked a lot that weekend, and that was PAX weekend 3 years ago.
Oh god, I don't think you and I knew each other proper then.
We knew like of each other. I think we were mutuals.
Also, Boss
maybe.
Anna got accidentally thrown into the void.
Yeah.
Tyle's like, I'm sorry, it was a misclick.
Rest in rip. Hey, don't speak ill of the French. They gave us many important things in this world, like the baguette,
pastries.
Yes, pastries.
Being condescending to Americans.
Yeah, especially that.
They invented it. I kid.
Ready?
They gave us the phrase Madame Guillotine.
Indeed.
Which is relevant now more than ever.
Although, we're definitely prescribing to yeet the rich. Trebuchet, mate. I'm telling you, 2020, year of the trebuchet.
You know, I'm a huge fan of the counterweight. Let's go.
So now we go here.
Oh, Lucid right off the bat. I see you, son.
Really? I don't see him.
Wow, that worked.
No, I don't see him.
Well.
No, definitely no Lucids. Oh, God! Oh!
Ooh, that looks painful.
Oh, that was a lot of broken bones.
The counterweight is my FetLife username. Wonderful. Wonderful.
Baron Elizabeth Winifred Godzilla Sheep the Fourth.
Yeah. Keith, so that's exactly right. Just take the rich and shove them over there.
Keith is like, stop breaking your knees! My knees are fine. That Lucid's knees, less so.
Breaking?
Oh, to the White Wolf Mystery, I say Watto and welcome. Zelky plays. Watto and good evening.
Oh, Zelky, baby, you stay hungry.
Yeah.
Like, I just ate, but I could definitely go for a rich person or two.
Yeah, they're super dead. Let there be no unshattered knees in Redacre.
I really need to get on like the voice changer app so I can just have it and then I can just like whisper into the mic. Let there be no unbroken knees in Redacre, but it comes out sounding all cool like one of the gods.
Okay, this guy has the strongest core I've ever seen. It's like that.
Damn, he's vibrating.
One scene from no name fragments. He planking to the extreme.
Wait, what should I do? Work out my core or eat the rich?
As part of a balanced, nutritious diet, don't skip on your greens, friends. That's how you get an upset tummy.
Yeah, Hookshot, that is a great idea. On top of that, make sure to record your gameplay, make GIFs, do all that stuff. Like, really make your content accessible without giving it all away. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, in the sense that like you're not revealing the entirety of the story, you're not showing people like the best parts of the game that they will partake in. Just enough to whet appetites, not to sate them.
Yeah, Thor's done a really good job of, because of the way he structures his development, he only works on like narrative critical elements at certain points. So he can open dev all the like core systems or like implementing art assets and stuff like that. And when it comes to the super secret source, he can be like, nah, I'm gonna do this off camera.
So I actually discovered somebody that I love what they're doing with their social media recently, and it's a sports title called Shot One, and I'd never heard of it before.
Okay.
And it got RT'd onto my timeline where they have one of the characters holding the head of like a robot character, and then like they had the voice actress for the character do the legendary line from Banjo-Kazooie, the Ikabokum.
Okay, that was not where I thought this was going.
Yeah, and it's just like this really like goofy video, and they've set up their characters and like created literally brand new assets for the gag. And I'm like, you know what? I respect that. Like, you've taken the time to do something really freaking goofy with, your
That's
title.
Fucking rad.
And I think. Yeah, so Kisa knows exactly what I'm talking about, and it's just like, like I went and scrolled through and like I watched the shorts that they've done. I've like they're it's really wonderful how they're putting out their content in there because they show behind the scenes stuff. It's like this is how we've modeled a character. Like, you know, they joke around with that, and I think that's just like it's cool and I respect it. Also I want to say that it looks like my OBS is working.
Ooh, so 2 for 2 here.
Yeah. But also I look ugly, so I'm not going to stream anyway.
Aw, that is.
I just looked at myself on camera, and things aren't looking so good.
That's a heckin' lie, dear friend. A heckin' lie.
No.
One thing I was going to
I
add.
just ate, so I feel puffy.
If it hasn't been stated, you are certifiably adorable. The thing I wanted to add on your previous statement about like the mimetic stuff and things like that is consider yourself to be your primary consumer. Like if you want to go for humor or cool things, like genuinely make stuff that you think is cool or make things that you think is funny. There's a higher.
But also, sorry to interject.
No,
it's just like make sure what you're doing fits the tone of your product.
Very true. Very true.
Yeah, like because while I love like people that can like joke about things like that, it's just like if you're trying to make a serious game that like you care about and like that you really want to be impactful, make sure like that stuff isn't like part of your marketing narrative.
That's a good point. I was thinking more community assets. There's one particular product that I've studied. Just gonna Linda, no.
Neutralized.
I'm leaving a lot of bodies around on this one. I had bacon, and it may have slowed me down. So I may mayhaps fecked up this run. Sorry. What I wanted to add was the. Oh, feck off, Linda. All right, Cinta win. Will's going to be shape bait for this run. Sorry, the thing I wanted to add before I started fecking everything up sideways was...
Good, right? Texting HQ.
You can create a consistent communication strategy on a serious game depending on the kind of thematics. Like, you don't want to do humor and memes for a title like That Dragon Cancer.
Yeah, exactly.
However, there was a board game which I've never owned because it's incredibly expensive. It's called Kingdom of Death, or Kingdom of Death Monster. And what they did was they created like a series of almost cartoon-esque caricatures of their 4 playing pieces. Despite it being a very serious game, like the idea is you are 4 people who have just woken up in this huge underground cavern the size of a country. And there are monsters in the darkness waiting to just kill you and slaughter you. It has a
typical.
Yeah, it has a Monster Hunter kind of feel. Like you beat the bosses and then craft armor out of this stuff.
Okay, that sounds very cool. Continue.
Their second selling point is that they have pin-up miniatures, which are like super thirst trap miniature designs, but for both feminine and masculine characters. So
wonderful.
Like you do have like the teeny tiny boob window bikini, but then you also have the we'll call
teeny
it
teeny tiny boob window bikini for men.
Yeah,
love it.
J Posts, thank you for gifting a sub to Boss Anna. That's very kind of you. I was going to go with
the
posing.
Thank you.
The combative posing pouch, but you are correct. Which is a phrase I really wanted to say out loud.
Oh, okay. The banana hammock.
Yeah, the battle nana hammock, if you will.
Ah, okay.
I'm on fire today. In response to, I think it was someone mentioning the term, what was it, sugar daddy? I came up with fiscal father today, which I'm very proud of.
Fiscal father also good. Fructose father is a good one.
Indeed.
If we continue on the sugar theme, and then what is it? Sucralose, or I don't know words. Anyway,
Bayonort said, "Budgie smuggler." Indeed. Because I mean, we've had the conversation a bunch of times about like, you know, sex and sexuality in games is not bad. Representation in games is what's important. Anyway, the reason why I wanted to bring up that particular title was they worked out all of their community and PR posts had like little cartoon versions of the characters all having cake together, or when they were going to conventions and events, it was them hanging out the back of a tiny car. They used the juxtaposition of its like brutal, very po-faced design, and then created basically a communication channel that was, while not in tone with the product, worked very well, because you can't be serious all the time, right?
Yeah, and like I definitely agree with that aspect. And so with that in mind, this brings me to another point that I want to bring up, that I did reference earlier when we were talking about ARGs.
Oh yes.
The people who consume your product are ultimately going to be the ones who lead how the social narrative evolves around it. Like, and I use, obviously you don't have this kind of budget, but I use Overwatch as an example. It's just like, okay, one of the things regarding Diva is that she was a pro gamer, and she still is.
Yeah.
And like, people started being like, oh, pro gamers only eat Doritos and Mountain Dew. So not only did Overwatch eventually sneak in a little like teaser during her like Halloween victory pose, where if you turn her gravestone around, you find some Doritos, like some cheddar cheese, some nacho cheese chips just sitting on the back of it. They worked that narrative into the short that they did for her, where like she has sponsorships for like sodas and chips and things like that. So not only is she like a pro gamer, but she's like famous for being a gamer.
Yes. Another great example was how Soldier 76 ended up being kind of like, in a lot of fan communications, became like the surrogate father for like Gremlin Diva and the others. And so they made a skin of him, in his cooking hot dogs Sunday best attire.
Yeah.
Like further progressing that community narrative. Now, one of the things that Hookshot mentioned earlier on was that his game's got a squirrel in it. If that is your lead character, you have a potential like either thematic communications method or like at least communications branding,
Yeah.
Now, you've got to be careful with it. There's a project I'm following where they've tried to create too many in-universe characters too quickly, and have tried to use all of them as their communication strategy, and it's very confusing.
I'm sorry, can you pardon me for a moment? I'll be right back.
No worry, man. I got you. I'm going to talk about squirrels and... so I'm following this game called the Ichi Zone, and it's meant to be like a fake Cheetos kind of off-brand, but it's actually like a collaborative group indie art game of absolutely agonizing qualities. Like at one point, eventually, friends, we're going to be playing the Ichi Zone as a group, and it's going to do me a damage. Like, that'll probably be the day we do like a big marathon. But that's another story. Baron says, I have a very specific craving. I must run to the corner store to sate it. Back in a bit. Oh my, Baron. Oh my. I'll see you in a little bit. So what they did is they created the Ichi's character, and they ran their social media and community communications in-universe, in-character, then tried to introduce another character and have that character overthrow the other one and create a narrative, but there wasn't enough momentum to carry that through. That's another story. I guess what I'm saying is that if you have a cute, adorable character as your main lead, that gives you the potential to do some communications through that, which is a great way of generating a community. And that disambiguation between you, the self, and the character can be a great way of having these humorous, like, banters with your community members. So Boss Anna says, I don't mean to post this too much. What was the name of that Monster Hunter type game in a cave? I'd love to check it out. Oh, Tal had it. It was Kingdom Death Monsters. It's a boutique board game that plays like one part like the Dark Souls board game and one part like a D&D campaign. It's designed to be played by a group over multiple sessions. It's real good. It's real good. It's real expensive. There are Facebook groups dedicated to acquiring the miniatures like secondhand. They do very, very limited print runs. Yeah. So Boss Anna, like, I've admired that board game for a long time, but I will probably not get the chance to ever play it. And I am... It would also be wasted on me at the moment because I haven't had the group or the time to be able to do that. That's another story. He says, looking at the gigantic Gundam still half constructed on his desk. Like, Zelky, I don't know if you're still lurking, but...
Hi, everyone. Sorry about that.
That's alright. It happens. Boss Anna was saying, is it something that can be played online like Warhammer? Possibly, with a little creativity, but that's another matter. Oh, Clank Cross is like, Kyle...
Hello, how are you?
And Kiso, I don't want to go into Tabletop Simulator because Tabletop Simulator's been a real blight on the board gaming industry. Because a lot of people just download free modules and don't pick up the game. Oh, I'm not going to clean the blood off.
Oh, did you get supplies or?
No, I was just up there chatting. But before I descended into talking about Kingdom Death and board games and whatnot, it was just the thing of considering that if you have a cute character or if you have a character with personality planned for your project, you can use them as the communication strategy. And, you know, just getting like maybe 5 or 6 different art assets. You know, squirrel cooking some food, squirrel going to the beach, squirrel passed out hungover or sick. You know, you can use those with communications to build a heart and soul of your community, whilst also, you know, doing the PR dance.
Yeah, but also remember that if there's even a slightly fuckable character in your game, even slightly fuckable, somebody out there is gonna want to try, like, want to fuck it, you know?
Here's the thing, Kyle. I want to joke about this. I want to say, like, them video gamers, they thirsty. However, when it comes to community analytics, which characters have the most amount of smut of them is a genuine metric used for decision-making processes. We actually...
Oh, I know. Like, horny is an incredibly leading factor of sales.
Yeah.
And marketing. I get it. Man, I remember, what was American Dragon Jake Long. I heard a story about this from the creator, and they just tweeted it out. I'm like, that's fucking magical. Okay, so American Dragon Jake Long had when they were taking their show to Disney, during one of the meetings, and I can't remember if it was near the beginning or near the end of the signing process, they showed them a bunch of like drawn pornography of Kim Possible, and they pointed at it, and they were like, "This will happen to your show," and that was like the thing. That was like a major point of that meeting, and I'm like, that's incredible for one, and like for two, like it's like I can't even really begin to explain just the sincere comedy behind the truth of that situation.
I just want to take a second. So we've got one of the... Oh, that freaked me out. Sorry. Just a quick aside in-game. So we've got one of those, like, pick up the bird missions, right?
Mm-hmm.
The dead bird is inside the room that used to belong to Chase the Sun.
Oh.
There's a lot going on in this room, and I'm a little nervous. I won't lie. Like
the clown room, right?
It's
no,
like
I'm kidding.
that.
I'm kidding.
Dude, if
It's
we
not
find the dead bird
room.
in the clown room, then that's the point where we just leap off the edge.
Yeah, we just log off. Yeah, we just log off.
Or F4.
He's got the next step.
Oh, we're done. Deus was saying that Pro ZD has a perfect video about this Bowsette. Well, the thing that I wanted to add was, having spoken with someone who is a community analyst, is if you have a cast of characters, the factor that smut plays in is to which characters do people engage with most. Because most of the time, when it comes to like fan-created smut, it usually comes from a lack of engagement. So the character is very, very popular, but there isn't enough lore, there isn't enough screen time, or enough meat on that character's thematic bones to flesh it out. No pun intended.
Yeah, thematic bones only.
Thematic bones only. Final destination. So if you wanted to decide like which characters need, say, brand new skins, or which characters need like an expansion and overhaul, or which characters you should be focusing on in marketing and stuff, look at the ones that have the most amount of smut about them.
Yeah, like, you know, who's getting called mommy or daddy right now? That's a good indicator.
It's a weird conversation to have, and I wanted to bring it up before we go into Dreamtime, because Bowsette is actually an example of Nintendo not hearing their community. Bowsette's rise to power absolutely should have been embraced by Nintendo in some capacity. There's clearly
Nintendo
something there.
Nintendo doesn't need it.
They don't. You're right. They don't need it, but yeah.
Like they'll never need it.
Unless Bowsette's something they're saving in back pocket for like Super Peach Adventure 3 or something.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, dreams.
Die for you. You are the god of causes, I think. Maybe I have a cause.
God of causes. How grand. I am simpler than a god. In truth, we all are. A cause is like a spirit, though. It moves on you, motivates you to action, often in hordes. I prefer the personal to the collective, which is probably why I will never truly be welcome here.
I'll die for you. How was your laugh last stream?
Pretty good. You know, like the voice, that wasn't you, was it? It might have. Like, you've never sent off a dream to laugh last being like, I want a number 9, because they had a bit of an exit, and I'm like, there's no way that's Will.
I'd love to claim responsibility for that, but it was absolutely not me.
Yeah, I didn't think it was, but I had to ask, like, just in case.
Walk this time.
Yeah. Boss Anna was adding that they may not want to be associated then Mario with, let's be honest, a femme fueled by thirst, we'll say. No, you're right. Like, Nintendo is very, very strict family brand, and they have teams that hunt out and shut down smut where possible.
Speaking of, Nintendo actually just sent a cease and desist and took down a horny Peach game that had been in development for 8 years.
Let me guess, someone did an article about it.
Yep.
Friends, well, you know what? I don't think this necessarily applies to anyone here, but I just want to scream at games journo sites when they do huge articles on, like, unlicensed fan projects, because they basically just signed their death warrant.
Oh, well, no, nobody did an article about it until its demise.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Wow.
So yeah, that was kind of like the surprise for me. That's how I learned about it just today, while I was lying in bed earlier. It is true that articles kill things. Like, if anything kind of like gets popular, like, and it's against like licensing, then yeah, like it being
Oh, yeah.
talked about. It's better to keep things an open secret. Like, people can exist, but once it enters the realm of like, oh frick, I stepped into the light and I shouldn't have gone there. Oh,
Wait, why am I the one that got seen?
I don't know.
All right, well, this person's getting there. Huh, that was very odd.
Yeah, it was Polygon. That was where I read it. But again, only its demise, not any kind of like,
yeah.
I
I assumed someone had done an article on it because that's
no, and that's valid. That always happens. It's like, oh, this person is working on a fan project of this game, and then it's just like, uh-oh, Nintendo caught eyes, and then it's over for that project.
Yeah.
But also, like, I think this person had like a Patreon and a Discord for their game and all kinds of stuff. So I mean, it's just like I want to say it was well known, especially after they spent 8 years working on it.
And that's the risk of making a fan project. Like, you get the acknowledgement from working with a known IP, but you are also subject to the possibility of being shut down at any second.
Yeah. Unfortunately for you, it's somebody else's IP. So.
Yeah. And I mean, I believe Boss Anna was mentioning it as well. But yeah, in the US, if you are made aware of someone infringing upon your copyright and you don't act upon it, that can be seen as a precedence for that becoming not open source, but public domain. That's it.
Yeah.
And it's never usually the fan projects they want to stop. It's the blatant rip-off filled with spyware shenanigans that can become very common.
Yeah, and like Nintendo is so aggressive about this in the same way that like Disney is aggressive about it, because they wanna protect their intellectual property and not have it be misrepresented, to the public. They don't want like to I guess continue the example of this this Princess Peach game that was taken down. They don't want they don't want. They don't want Princess Peach fucking a Goomba to be like canon,
J-Post, why?
I'm good.
Okay.
They're not, but I'm good.
Okay. J-Post wanted to claim the Jarl's throne. That scared the heck out of me, J-Post. I won't lie. Anyway, I feel we've gone into some strange conversational territory here.
Yeah, so
I really hope that...
going back, if somebody can be horny for one of your characters, capitalize on that.
Yes. Find the thirst. Oh, feckin' hell. I opened the wrong bloody door again.
That's okay. I got one. Do you want me to open this one? Is this the one?
Oh, yes, please.
Okay.
See that sleeper?
As an always horny person, like, yeah, but I mean, like, again, I'm a perfect example of somebody that definitely latches onto, hot characters, where I'm just like, oh, fuck yeah, you're, like, nice.
Yeah. Boss Hunter says, and if they're thirsty for someone, that's the character you put on the lore and merch info. I mean,
hell yeah.
Like, learning how to read your community's engagement is a very, very powerful tool. Like, which characters they like, why do they like them, how do you represent them, and how do you put that forward to them in a way that they are going to like. I know we're using kind of like thirst as a good example here, but again, the characters that people are thirsty for is a great indication that they give a heck.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just aesthetically. Maybe there's something about the character they latch onto emotionally, but
yeah.
thirst equals engagement.
Yeah, and going back to one of my previous things, it's like if you can deconstruct something that people like about X, Y, or Z, all the better. Like
yeah.
it's like okay, yeah, like okay, like why did they like this? Like not even not even in the horny capacity. It's just like okay, what is appealing about this?
Also, I say this with love and respect, Zelki. We knew you were of permathirst when we met you. It's a thing we know and love about you. If you are learning this for the first time, dear Zelki, then we're happy to be with you in this experience. But yeah,
Yeah, see, Anna gets it. And, you know, like whenever you're like, and that really just comes from like the storytelling that you're doing in the sense, because the way like I said this before, but like the marketing narrative is intrinsically tied to the regular narrative that you have. It's just like, oh, okay, like if you have like themes of say motherhood in something that you make, it's just, and you know, there's like a mom like character in your game, it's just like, oh, like maybe if you want to capitalize on something goofy, it's just like you make them a mom to the other characters.
yeah. Overwatch again is a wonderful case study of a lot of this.
Yeah, like Blizzard's like the way they handle archetypes and skew them slightly to make them entertaining is just like this is gonna give away my secret, but I steal most of my marketing ideas from Blizzard always.
Oh yeah.
Like that's just like there's Blizzard is so good at what they do that like it's foolish to not want to steal from them.
Yeah. Like, learn from the best. Learn from the best. Also, just very quickly, Shackle Draconis, firstly, Watto! Secondly, congratulations on hitting the I always want to say Gilding Lands for some bloody reason. The Guiding Lands in Monster Hunter.
Oh, nice. Very cool.
If you need a heavy bow gun, you know where to find me.
So...
sorry, but going back to your previous position, it's learning how to see these trends, learning how to understand what your consumers and communities see from your title. That's very, very powerful. Yeah. Like again,
good night, Snuggly. Have a good rest. Yeah. So like, again, there's no like surefire method to figure this out. And you'll be able to direct a lot of this narrative storytelling with your marketing, and like one of the important things that like people won't tell you is that you get to control how much somebody else sees. Like, you know, like I said, it's just like being open and honest with other people is important, but ultimately
I'll get
dictate...
the computers up the road if you get the ones down here.
Okay.
No, it's very true.
Yeah, you get to dictate just how much anybody sees of what you're doing.
Yeah. You also, not to go too far off topic, but your marketing assets can also dictate a lot of users' pre-expectation. And you know, we were joking about this earlier on, but the infamous Mighty Number 9 trailer. You'll cry like an anime fan on prom night.
Yeah.
That.
I gotta rest a second.
God, that probably did more. That probably did
that
more.
That was like. I mean, that was like free marketing though. It's like infinitely free marketing, despite how bad it was, despite how like derogatory it was towards its, you know, intended community. Because it's just like, oh, okay, like yeah, like people hated it so much that it couldn't help but draw attention.
Ooh!
Oh, relay bundles is all you, baby.
Cool. Maybe I'll actually get to play around with them this time rather than having stalkers mess up my day. No gods or stalkers, only bundles. Boss Anna was like, Nani the fuck? Yeah. So that was an asset that I believe was put forward by like a third-party agency, who just did not understand. At least that's that's what I believe it was. Where's the fucking
Yeah,
light
so
switch?
I want to say that like that trailer was done by an external company. I'm 99% sure.
However, it did have a big
I'm,
mark on the marketing narrative.
I'm mighty number 99% sure.
Kyle, I'm gonna need your badge. I'm gonna need your gun.
Yeah. So yeah, and the other thing is like, if you choose like, and that's another thing. If you choose to work with an outside anything, make sure they understand your product. Either they care about it already, or you explain to them thoroughly enough how you want it communicated outwardly.
Yeah.
It's important that you like any outside sources have enough freedom to be creative with it, unless you really want to have that stranglehold on the depiction of it outwardly. But otherwise, like if you're working with somebody and like they have they're like some kind of creative force, give them enough I guess wiggle room to just kind of have fun with it.
Yeah. Oh, and
Personally, like as a community manager and having done like social media management and stuff like that, I've been in positions to where it's just like, okay, like this person is looking for a very specific tone, and I actually work in a game briefly, and I brought this up pretty recently.
Stalker.
Talking with a friend. Oh, do we have one?
Yeah.
Are they down there? Okay,
Yep.
they're down. All right, I am up. So I will join you shortly. But
got him.
Oh, all right.
I don't even want to dedicate this one to my god. Well, actually, I can't dedicate them to the idea because this is the room with the mark that the idea can't see. So, do you want to dedicate them? Like,
nah,
they're
nothing.
they got a halo. They've got like sci-fi pants. Very mediocre. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave them. Like, I don't even want to dedicate them.
Yeah. And the void is where they belong. So let's see. What was I?
I'm just setting up my disco room. We got.
No, you're good, baby.
That part's done.
But again, much like the taking down of that stalker, my god will not be able to see what I did there, even though it was really cool, and I kind of feel like a kid wanted to show off a bit.
I can't even remember what I was saying. I got stalker distracted.
Fucking right.
So, so if again, using the Mighty Number 9 as an example, definitely make sure that any external forces that you're working with understand and care about your product like you do. It doesn't have to be like like a circle, but make sure there's like a majority overlap, or at least a significant overlap in the sense of like a Venn diagram.
Yeah, it is okay to be cautious with external agencies.
Yeah, like absolutely.
I don't mean this to sound like I'm just dissing on it, because I've worked with some incredible external agencies. Like,
oh, as have I, yeah.
But
I was part of an external agency. Oh, I remember what I was gonna say. But continue. Go like I'll shove in my story at the end of whatever you're gonna say.
Oh, it was more just a case of assumption is the mother of all fuck ups, and you never know if the contact you're being given understands the project or if you're their main focus or what have you. So it is important to.
Yeah, and like
wow, I lost that thought midway through. Do you want to do your story? Because
I'm gonna agree with you in the sense that like being able to communicate your needs and desires and having them listened to in an appropriate manner is it's incredibly important, especially depending like how deeply you're trying to care about your own product, which I imagine is a lot. So, so with that in mind, I worked community management on a small RPG a few years back,
Check this out.
And oh, that looks real good.
Thank you. See, if you if you get on that keyboard over there and I get on this keyboard over here, we can do like fucking Daft Punk Redacre.
Oh my god.
Yeah, welcome to Laser Town.
Instead of Lazy Town, it's Laser Town.
Yeah.
It's a piece of cake to make a pretty cake.
Everything's easy in Laser Town.
But like the dubstep remix of that song.
Yeah. But please continue.
Yeah, so I worked on a small RPG made by one person who had hired the agency that I worked for to do some social and community stuff for
deployed
for his game. And very small, like this, very still early in development. And I was personally very active on the Facebook page, which was their. Oh god, are you okay?
Got to do the cooking by the book?
Yes, you do have to do cooking by the book, Sadlin.
Fuck you, Sadlin! I pissed myself there. Sadlin, thank you for the $200. $200? I don't know. Thank you for the 200 bits. Keeping my dumb ass alive.
Thank you for the $2,000. Yeah, so he had a small but active community on Facebook, and it's like people who were really interested in his game, and had followed the development, and I had he wanted to focus more on the development, and I was the community coordinator, so I was in charge of doing the community for it.
And if you want to come run around, it's actually safe to run around on the pads while you're telling your story.
Oh, all right. So I was very feet on the ground for his community. Ooh, glowy.
Right? Dude, how much fun is it to walk around this when it's safe? This is fucking great. I just your story, I do want to hear it. I just didn't want you to miss out on this.
Well, it doesn't get much longer than this explanation here. So I ended up doing a lot of the commenting and replying to people in the community, and the community responded really well to my style of replying and making jokes and references. The Facebook page, while I was doing community stuff, was more active than it had ever been.
Stay there for a sec.
Just kind of looking at its history, and he hated me. He hated me so much because he's like, this isn't my voice, this isn't my tone, this isn't how I would personally conduct this my social media. And I'm just like, oh, okay. But I mean, you have to look that people are responding really well to the way I'm doing this, so obviously it's working. But he hated me. He hated me so much.
Dude, naming no names, I had to work with one person who wanted to live the YouTuber's life, and he despised me with a passion when Rally Point started doing well, and we were hitting 500,000. Well, okay, I think we hit 200k views an episode and stuff like that, and he was fucking livid. And the reason why I wanted to bring that up is it's a discussion I had with a friend very recently about community management, which is that you you never see a lot of the work that goes into it if it's going well. You know, well-written meme tweets look like they come out of nowhere, but really you can spend days crafting the social media stuff for a week.
And it doesn't even have to be just you. Like, you coordinate with a team and you craft it together to make sure that the tone is right, that the correct asset is there, like when to tweet it, like, you know, like the time of day. Like, you look at your history and be like, oh, we got more hits on this funny post that we made here versus you know, on Tuesday at like 3 p.m. instead of like, you know, Friday at like 1 p.m. or whatever. And it's just like, people seem to respond best at like Tuesday at 3 p.m. It's just that's a made up metric. Don't take that into account whatsoever. But yeah, like so much consideration when you're working on a project goes into not just what the messaging is, but how the messaging is portrayed. You know, what time of day, like, you know, because if you're just like, you know, if you're just like tweeting into the void at like 2 a.m., nobody's going to see your shit. Nobody ever is going to see it.
It'll have disappeared by the time they get up. And the reason I wanted to bring that up is that, you know, if you do hire a CM, hire someone to do that, you know, don't think of them as someone detracting from your voice. You know, if they're doing well, that means your game is doing well. Like, don't consider them to be the opponent. And if you go to the trouble of hiring a professional in that sphere, like, absolutely listen to them. The thing that kills me is that because community management is one of those like professional spheres which often looks very easy from the outset, everyone believes that they can be a CM in a day or two. It is very much not the case. And
like, and so much there's so much consideration beyond just like getting on social media and making a joke. There's so much consideration. It's just like, you know, the scope of community management work goes well beyond just being on social media. Like, there's so much beyond. Like, you need to be in meetings, you need to be listening to the developers, you need to be listening to like programmers, you need to be able to write interestingly, you need to be able to speak interestingly. You know, sometimes like you'll need skills beyond like just being able to be on social media, in the sense that, you know, you might need like some game development experience, or you might need like Photoshop experience, or you might need Blender experience, or things like that. Just be able to like make assets or things like that. Like, you need to be able to do.
Also, Kestrel, hello, good evening. Kestrel can indeed words good. Oh, and Boss Anna was adding that actually they're recommending 4 p.m. EDT as a good time to get info out. It's not bad. Just don't do it on a Friday evening, unless it's. I mean, community assets do well on Fridays, not. But anyway, the reason why I wanted to add that. Oh, hang on, Dreamtime, and then I'll throw my point on.
Dreamtime, and then
In her eyes, do you love me?
How can I possibly love you when you can't be bothered to learn my name? It's in her teeth. At least for now. Your kind is so fickle. Happily, I have use for your flesh. At least meat will never lie to me.
Oh. I'm not going to tell you anything about that dream, Kyle, because you need to experience that for yourself. After our next run.
I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it next, so I'm excited.
And to, I want to say, Mitchell Lightning said that Kyle recommended us. Oh, lovely.
I did. Hi, hello, friend. How are you?
Come one, come all. Kyle and I are talking community management stuff and getting into Redacre.
Yeah.
Feck, what was the thing I was going to throw on? I'm sorry, I had a bit of a hot flush after that dream, so my whatever it was I was putting forward is completely dropped into the void. Do you need a hydration break, Kyle, before our next run? Do you need a moment?
You know, I actually do, because I did finish my water bottle and it needs a refill.
It's almost like we've been doing this together for like a year and stuff.
Boom.
Got you.
Be right back.
And to Mitchell Lightning, Watto and welcome. I should probably introduce myself while Kyle's hydrating. Hello, my name's Will. I do this for a living, but before I was the numpty and chief flag waver of the Longship, I worked in the games industry for 10 years, primarily as a community manager, but I always kind of specializing in like community content, communications, that kind of stuff. I worked at the Creative Assembly, Improbable, Rocketworks. That was my little discography, mostly known for Total War stuff for God. Finding out that the Gamescom of Rome 2 was 7 years ago did me a little damage. And I gotta say, friends, looking at the me of then and the me of now, I look a lot healthier. Like, you can tell I'm one of those people wearing big t-shirts to hide the fact that I'm basically just a skeleton with flesh. Community content communications, very cool. Thank you kindly. Most peeps know me from, like, one of two videos on the internet. One is me weeping openly, and the other is getting attacked by a dog, so... and yeah, Kyle and I have been talking community management. We've been getting into the weeds a little bit, but our goal was to provide our friend Hookshot with some advice and actionable tips for, hey, so you're an indie dev and you need to start making a community. But then we got into the fun shaman. Oh! Kyle, I'm gonna need a moment. Everyone's being very sparing with the spooky alerts, which is why they keep getting me. Oh yeah, and Kisa, I'm well fed, and I'm also happier. Kisa's also saying that Hookshot's been gone for a while. I mean, that's fair. They've got a babu, but if the information in this video is useful to them, they can come back for VODs and whatnot. Yo! Richter, how are you doing? Well, Richter, as I will definitely not be streaming when your birthday comes around, please take this as a preemptive happy birthday, dude. Thank you for stopping in. How are you holding up? You got 2 years on me. Got 2 years.
Somebody's an old man.
Mate, someone mentioned Gaia Online RP on Twitter, and I felt my bones turn to dust. Oh,
dusty old bones, full of green dust.
Yep, and not in a hot way. Well, Richard, yeah. I'm sorry you feel a little sad. I mean, if 2020 wasn't 2020, it would be lovely to go out and have a pint or a equivalent celebratory beverage with you, but.
Oh damn! You know what I didn't get with my tacos? I didn't get limes, and that's what wasn't hitting right.
Ah, you got to get that fresh lime squeeze on.
Gotta get the limes. No wonder. Like I had, they were fresh ass tacos. I had my green sauce, salsa verde for you gringos.
That was a okay. Well, so Rick Joe, if you wanna make yourself a cuppa or crack a brew or whatever is your evening ritual while we endeavour to entertain. We're chatting on how to do kind of community management and game stuff. And Clank was asking, "You're a terror, Kyle. You're an absolute terror."
I really am.
Selky's like, "I feel attacked." Kessel's like, "I feel thirsty." Were you here for the thirsty conversation earlier, Kestrel?
So Clanker, yeah, yes and no. Yes and no. There are resources for moderators.
So let's.
And I think you're asking specifically for people who do moderation professionally. Is that what you're asking?
Or it seems to be Clank's asking about how a solo indie dev goes about doing the management if they're not naturally good at peopling. Well, we're retreading a couple of topics we talked about earlier, but rather than looking at your weaknesses leading into your strengths is very important. Creating, like, I never suggest creating sock puppet accounts. However, creating an in-universe character that can be the bad guy. I actually took that tip from Mega Ran, who went through a phase of asking people to email his manager, when all his manager was a second email.
Lucid.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Oh, thank you.
I got you. Mitchell is saying they've never played D&D, but they're an actress they'll be excited to try soon. Feck and yo, you're going to have a great
they sure
time.
are. Yeah, you're going to have a
there's the
freaking
stalker.
blast.
Lucid there.
Dude,
Already?
There's the stalker.
It's that stalker kid.
Where?
Like, right the heck here.
Like down there?
Like, literally...
Oh, did they just jump off?
I think so. Will it say the stalker has fled, or do they get teleported back into the middle?
I have no clue.
Yeah, the stalker has fled.
Oh. All right, see ya.
They saw us and went, nope! Ah!
They're like, damn, these people are really good. We better... They got chosen shirts.
I mean, we didn't get chosen for feck all.
We got chosen for playing the game a lot on a regular basis.
Persistence. We got chosen for persistence. Guess I don't have to worry about hiding that corpse now as well. I was carrying the Lucid over, and they were like doing the wiggle back and forth, and I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah, that was a big old yeet.
It was also, I think it was the person we captured either one before or at the beginning of today's show.
Right.
Oh, Boss Anna was asking, what's a stalker versus a lucid? A lucid is a lucid dreamer, as all the grown-ups in Red Acre sleepwalk at night. Working for...
so, but a lucid dreamer is just like, it's an AI, you know, like enemy character, basically. It's like a regular sleeper, but they can see and hear you.
Yeah.
Better than like a normal, like a sleeper person. A stalker is an enemy player. Like the thing about the Blackout Club is that it's asymmetrical in the sense that there is it's like 4v1 whenever there is an enemy player. They can enter your game and cause chaos and ruin like quote unquote ruin the gameplay experience for the team of four. Other asymmetrical games that you go ahead.
Oh, just that they aren't directly combative. Their goal is to rat you out and to report on your actions.
So yeah, other asymmetrical games you might have played or have heard about are Dead by Daylight or Evolve.
I'm sorry.
Or what is... Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Kyle, but I need to... When I said sock puppets are bad, Kestrel's like, yeah, sock puppets are evil. Sock puppets killed my uncle. I'm like, Kestrel, no! If you're wondering about the term, a sock puppet account comes from the old, like, when forums were a big part of community management, and it was... I know a lot of people who have done it. It is a very, very bad form maneuver. But you basically create forum accounts to agree with you on a thread, thus creating positive sentiment in an environment. So, like, if you have to announce something that you know your community is going to hate, you have the sock puppet account to agree with you. And the thing is... Oh, fuck. That was a misfire. The thing is, it always gets found out, and it always ends up biting people in the ass.
Yeah.
So... Don't do sock puppet accounts. But doing an in-universe account to run your community isn't a terrible idea. Because, like, if we use the hookshot example, if Fighty the Squirrel is the lead, like, communicator and community manager, there's no assumption that Fighty the Squirrel is a real squirrel that works for Hookshot's team.
Correct.
And I don't know who... Mitchell was thanking. I try and use they thems off the bat because
I think it might have been you, but
I feel it's the correct thing to use if you are referring to someone in the third person or if you don't know their gender.
That is absolutely correct.
Huh. This must have been
another community management tip to take into account. Oh, this is the stalker goods.
Yeah.
They're floating here.
That must have been where their corpse would have landed.
Yeah.
That's fucking genius. Can't seem to... I can pick up the steel wire. So they took the time to pick up some goodies before they got wrecked. How curious. Parkour, parkour! Feckin' yes! Man, I don't think anyone knows how cool we are.
I think we're alright. Speaking of not bad anxiety, I had a lot of good anxiety this week out of excitement for a thing that I am announcing on Monday.
Oh, that's
yeah,
grand.
it is that time. It is that time.
Oh, I had a bit of good news this week, Kyle.
Yeah, hit me.
I got a voice acting role for a video game.
Oh, yeah.
So I can't talk about the game or the role yet, but I'm going to be doing first reads with the other actor next week. So I'm real fucking excited about that.
Hell yeah, man.
I'm not reprising the role of Willimus, the Roman soldier from Sonic Racing. I keep saying this.
See that? There.
Well, I can't say I'm not disappointed.
Who wants to sing?
Yo, what's up? I'm here for once.
Hey, Straxy. What, oh, friend? Come on in, come on in. Thank you for 6 months, you fucking ledge. And how are you doing? We've been talking CMs, but now we're sharing a bit of good news. And...
There are some bright spots in this hell world.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, congrats. That's big. That's a big deal.
Thank you. I've done voice acting before, and it's just loads of fun. So it's it's nice to be able to get stuck back into it, you know.
And I'm looking forward to you receiving my announcement on Monday. A perfect symbiotic relationship.
Please post in the long ship when you tell everybody, because I know everyone here is going to be real happy to hear your news.
Yeah. If you're smart, you could probably figure it out already.
That is in fact correct, friends. Kyle will be an official thirst regulator coming Monday.
Yeah.
For both hydration and the thirst.
Yeah, if you're dehydrated in any way, I come to your house and kill you.
You know, we all thought it was a bit of an extreme profession choice at first, but honestly, it's a good fit. Alright, I got the dove.
Part of it.
Bayonaut says, I'd love to see behind the scenes VO
What's
work.
next?
It always looks fun. Oh, how are there
It's
so
just-
many lucids in here?
It's just somebody like repeating the same line over and over into a microphone. It's not that interesting.
No, it is. It's...
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It is very cool to see sometimes.
Oh yeah, it's the physicalities of it are pretty feckin' dull. I won't lie, but it's a fun thing to do, and as a sphere of acting, it's real good fun. Well, okay, I'm gonna say it's a sphere of performing because I'm not a good actor. I'm good at being an idiot in front of a lot of people.
You're good at emoting.
Yes, I am emotive. That might be because I basically wear all my feelings like a bloody overcoat.
And you know that's not a bad thing. Like it makes you expressive, and it makes your expressions genuine. And honestly, the genuine nature of you, you know, it makes you, and it has a certain attraction to it, you know, attractiveness to it, which is important.
Baron says they get back and immediately see their name in chat. I couldn't possibly comment. And
just as a tangent, Moose is asking what I do about thirst, quote unquote, and well, depending on how the night goes, and if I'm treated to a nice dinner, I might handle that too. Who knows?
Mate, the only thing you get in Red Acre is yet more candy and chaste.
Yeah.
This is not a dinner and date, my friend.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. But if we were doing a dinner and date, it would involve tacos. Because you've been talking about them.
There. So. HQ's got the next step.
Oh, and Kyle, I think I messaged you about this when I was either very, very drunk or very, very sleepy. But at some point, I would really like the fucking clown room. I hate it. If you haven't seen it, this room is hell. I'm just gonna turn the light on because it's literally worse. Like
honk honk. Ooh, divorce looms.
I've asked Kyle to take me through like the beginning experience of Final Fantasy XIV at some point. So
oh yes, I recall having this conversation, and I will do that. I think what was it? You ended up on Aether, or you're planning to end up on Aether?
Haven't made a choice yet, so it's basically whatever works. I don't know.
So I know that a lot of the Longship is on Aether.
Okay.
I think.
Oh, Baron's making enchiladas this evening. Feck. Although
God,
I do have incredibly good leftover food, so I ain't going hungry tonight. Fiona just decided yesterday it was going to be like cook everything again. So the fridge is just stocked at the moment. All right. Headphones on.
Isn't that a Miranda Lambert song?
I believe so. Oh, and Kisa,
I don't know.
Tal was the one that suggested it. Like, Tal already knows. I just need to schedule that up with you, and as Baron will testify.
So I also have a character on Fairy. That's where my second alt lives, Carly Rae Jepsen.
Good, right?
All right, pop that button. Pop that button. I made something angry. Pop that button.
Button popping.
There we go. Zoka's like, we're talking Final Fantasy 14.
Button popped.
Yos. You coming? Oh, don't pretend like you hear me. I'm carrying a body. But yeah, just as a good excuse to play some fun games together, and
2, to see what all the fuss is about.
maybe help get a few more people into something they can get their teeth into throughout 2020. You know. And Ben will say, "Button, who's got a button?" Oh,
but also remember that if you want to play Final Fantasy XIV, it is now available for an unlimited free trial up to level 60 that includes the base game and the first expansion. That is Heavensward. You are getting no less than 200 hours of playtime. 200 hours.
Gone are the days when that was a bad thing. It's 200 hours of game.
Yes, the cap is level 60 now. It is level 60.
Yep.
It includes A Realm Reborn and Stormblood for the low price of nothing, of free, except your immortal soul.
Oh, and to Mitchell Lightning, thank you for stopping on in, yo. They're off to go hunt some dinner.
Yeah, good night, my darling. Sleep well and eat well. Not in that order, unless you choose.
We're not the police of you.
Yeah, fuck cops. Except Sybil from Silent Hill and RoboCop. So, Arrow
Sorry,
Griffin, you have literally nothing to lose. If you want to at least try Final Fantasy XIV, you have nothing to lose. Just note that there are a few caveats. If you choose to play, you cannot join a free company if you're playing the free trial, and you cannot create a party, but you can be invited to parties.
Woo!
But aside from that, and you cannot send friend requests, but you can receive them.
Okay, so it's very much a let's encourage new users.
Yeah. So, but aside from that, like, there is so much content to enjoy.
And Moose
Should
just
you so
adding,
choose.
as a smaller side, if you don't have your own immortal soul, store-bought is fine. I'm not
Yeah,
against
store-bought
store-bought.
is indeed fine.
You know.
Oh, are we done?
Arrow's like, you spooked me for a second. I thought you were talking about a cat bookstore. I need a moment. I haven't been to the cat bookstore in so long. I miss it. I miss it.
Yeah.
There's a bookstore in Seattle called Twice Sold Tales, which is simultaneously a secondhand bookstore and like a cat shelter.
Oh, I love that.
And it's not cats that not cats looking to be rehomed. It's just that's where they live because they are kitties.
Right. Right, I love that.
No! Becca Duck!
My one issue with it, if you previously bought the game, you cannot access the free trial. You can only play even low-level context by resubscribing.
Ah. I might have to make a new account then. Oh.
Dream time.
You're going to want this one.
Do you have a dream too?
I do have a dream too. Kyle, you're going to want this one.
Okay. All right.
Dear Lord Devil Shape, I wish upon this ritual request for you to leave me alone. Everybody else you can attack. I don't care. Do whatever it takes to satisfy your hunger.
Take it from one who tried to remain neutral. There is no bargain with our progenitors. You serve it, consciously or otherwise, or you oppose it, as I now must. I will not judge you, but the world is watching.
So, how you feeling there, Kyle?
It's fine to be attracted to a voice, right? Like, that's an okay thing to do, because I'm doing that.
Fucking right! Like, this goes back to my, my love of Shodan for some weird reason. It's like, I'm terrified, but also woof.
Heard anything?
Yeah.
Voices.
I'm both scared and horny.
I call it scrawny.
Eventually, I think we have to pick one.
Oh my goodness.
I wish I'd never said that. We're professionals.
I'm something, all right. I don't know if I'd call myself a professional.
Keys is like, well, no. Boss Anna's like, you mean scaroused?
Yeah, scaroused.
Oh! Fuck.
Or as we termed it before, you have fear-ousal.
Okay, thank you, Jackal, for making me jump. Thank you kindly for 200 bits, and you're right. Fear-ousal is way better. But
fear-ousal, I love that.
But Scrawny was definitely funny. As Rick Joe went with Scrawny Weaver.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright, I have to log off. Pardon me. Goodbye. Good night, everyone. I have to go immediately.
Kyle has logged off the planet.
No, I'm not leaving, but I am upset.
Oh, lordy, lordy. Huh.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Baron Sheep just gave us a strange piece of information that the music for Call Me Maybe syncs up freakishly well with the music video for This Is America. As Baron Sheep must know this, so must we all. Huh.
Yeah, I was well aware. So funny story that within the first literal couple of days of the This Is America video coming out, somebody was like, you know what? I'm gonna put Call Me Maybe to this, and they did, and it worked a little too well.
It worked.
But I mean, it's just like it's one of those like coincidences that just occurs whenever two things are created. For example, like Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon and the Wizard of Oz, like syncing up.
Or Beethoven's Ode to Joy and the Bloodhound Gang's seminal works, Bad Touch.
Yeah.
Ready? Can we please do
But
a
also,
cool
like,
slow-mo walk this
Bloodhound Gang used a lot of references in their music. Like, you know, they did a lot of weird stuff. Like they used Metallica's "For Whom the Bell Tolls" in one of their songs very prominently.
Club's calling y'all.
Finding out that
Hey,
Bloodhound
Bo
can...
Rats.
Oh, Bo Rats, good evening to you. What, old friend? Boss Anna's asking if we've seen the Blart side of the mall.
I haven't seen Blart side of the mall, but I can already imagine what that is. And honestly, I can't say that I'm a fan. And my life is worse knowing that it exists.
Although my life is better knowing that Till Death Do Us Blart is a thing that exists.
Incredible.
Like, one of these days, I'm finally going to do the Far Cry the movie challenge with someone, and I don't know when.
What Far Cry the movie challenge?
You and as many contestants as will go in have to watch Far Cry the movie on loop. And anytime that you complain about the movie or tap out, you're out.
Uh-huh.
The idea is to pretend like you like Far Cry the movie for as long as possible.
I didn't even know there was a Far Cry movie.
Oh, there is, and it is dreadful.
Okay.
Oh, Kestrel, welcome back.
Oh, hey, what's up, Kestrel?
There was a thing going around on Twitter, which is like, what movie would you watch for 24 hours for $1 million? And I said Far Cry because I want to feel like I earned that million.
Bro, I would watch any movie for 24 hours for $1 million. I don't give a fuck.
I did listen to the entirety of the Daft Punk Fagua. Wow. I'm gonna need a. Can I get a do-over on that one, Kyle, please?
No.
Okay.
But anyway, continue.
The Fahuagas Daft Punk album. I did watch the entirety of that. Oh, listen to the entirety of that.
Okay. You stupid idiot. Come get me.
Yeah.
You stupid moron.
No, not you. Linda, go back to the picnic benches. K.O. I need some more eggs.
Egg.
Egg.
No, just regular cry.
Bells, asshole.
But yeah, it was one of UA Bowl's seminal failures, and it's something special.
All right, so I'm gonna make a judgment call here.
Go on.
Dearly Deblarted is definitely the one.
Fuck, that's so good. Who came up with that?
That's Moose.
Oh, feck.
Yeah, that is like. I'm not gonna lie. I love that.
God darn it, that's so good.
That is really fucking good. That's some primo fucking content, my son.
So, I'm still working out the details. It hasn't been finalized, but there is a possibility that I have been challenged to a pun contest. And I'm seriously considering bringing Moose as my teammate.
Okay.
For like a, I don't want to say pun off, but
yeah.
I don't think the people who have thrown down this challenge know the company that I keep.
No, and like really what it is that Moose is the pun-isher.
Damn it, I should have made me laugh like that.
Yeah.
Fuck.
That one landed a little too hard for you.
A little.
Oh god, that scared the hell out of me. She like started coughing over there, and I'm like, oh my god, what is that?
Please not cough.
Turns out it was inside the game.
Speaking of which,
can't fucking.
Oh fuck! Fiona, you shitlord!
And now
what?
Fiona just got me by just busting the door open and going boo!
Oh, wow. Fiona, you ass.
each, and then we'll go hit the... Oh, piss off, Lucid. Smell like farts! Lucid, you smell like farts! I'll just crack this open, I got a lockpick. See, that was so bad. Like, the fire brigade have shown up.
That part's done.
And of course, they're all in the bloody maze, aren't they?
Of course they are.
Alright, we can get to the maze from... this way? Yeah, from over here. Keys is saying that a D&D group with both Pun Spectre and Moose is a trip. Oh, yeah. The puns become brutal. Although, I did want to insist on the rule that their puns have to be in-universe or from the character's perspective. They can't meta-pun, just as a challenge. Zelky's like, is that siren mine or yours? Yes. Stalin's saying a lot of that isn't really weird, a weird coincidence as much as the time signature BPM though. That's a good point. At least with a lot of well-produced music does have very, very consistent BPMs and whatnot.
Yeah. Allegro. 140 BPM.
Thomas the Tank Engine. Whatever the feck that is BPM.
69. Nice.
I've always subscribed to the theory that Thomas the Tank Engine was like an AI experiment on an isolated island.
Alright.
It's always been my personal philosophy on that one. Like, why would they need such an active train network on such a small island, right? Just think about it. Open your eyes, people. Oh, fuck! Jesus!
Is there a pun horror movie? Because this would be a scary bit.
Pun Spectre Bayonaut just literally scared me off the roof. Thank you kindly for the 200 bits. That did me a damage.
Nice throw.
For a nerd, I'm fecking up left, right, and
Oh
center
shit, I fucked up.
You have fucked up now! It's alright, Shape's coming for me. I'll see you in Valhalla!
Alright, see you, buddy.
Although the only reason I even know anything about like BPMs and stuff was from playing Stepmania as a kid. Because I couldn't afford like the official DDR releases, so I'd get the Stepmania versions.
Yeah, musicians call them beepums.
Yeah, that's the official term. Not a lot of people know that.
Yep.
How many beep? Oh fuck!
How many beepums per minute?
The Shape did not appreciate that fucking joke.
Yes, there it is. He will find you.
Candy!
Oh my god, that sleeper is so after you.
Oh, they are proper livid. This is like a 2 candy bar scenario here.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and do the thingy.
Yeah, you do the thingy. I'll just play Shape Bait ooh ha ha. Clank says, now I have the images of Thomas the Tank Engine horror stuck in my head, thanks. Seriously, watch the Ghost episode, the OG, like, Ringo Starr voiceover version of the Thomas the Tank Engine Ghost episode. It's fucking scary! Like, there's some, like, Roald Dahl level, we dislike kids, but we're making a kids show going on there. Some nightmare fuel.
Speaking of, this is one of my favorite Thomas the Tank Engine things ever in the world, so I'm sharing it with all of you.
Thank you. Mine is the fact that there exists in this world a Thomas the Tank Engine Voltron figure that you can acquire with money dollars.
Yes.
That exists in this world. Oh, look at me. I'm being useful at the same time as being chased. Look at me being a functioning member of the team.
Yay, purpose.
I'm helping! Shut up, Noise Trap. Noise Traps. Nobody likes you.
Yeah, that's true.
I got one.
Get out of here.
So I hope chat is quiet because they're watching the video and becoming cursed with this knowledge.
I'm already cursed enough, my friend.
watching us?
Yeah, but also this.
There is a stalker about, but I'm not sure how much I care.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, they didn't need to get the shape on us. I already fecked up.
Yes, of course I'm extremely aware of the RPG, the Carly Rae Jepsen RPG boy problems. I have not played it because I do not have the money dollars to acquire this item.
Wait, it costs money?
I imagine that it do.
Why it be that way?
You know why it be.
Alright, we got one more.
Yep. I'm heading that way. Maybe.
Oh, jump!
That's a wall.
To the window.
Yes.
Get down.
Oh, I'm at the feckin' center of the feckin' bad times.
No, are you having a terrible time, my friend?
Yeah. Having a bad time, having a bad time. Freddie Mercury said that.
He did say that.
But I should be able to, nah. Crap. No, this is me out. Shit. I hesitated when trying to do the trap. Effect up. Sorry, man. There is
Wait, why are you after me? Sir!
They took some photos of the people we knocked out. So, sorry friends, people were dropping some very, very interesting information about like the Thomas the Tank Engine and why it works. Bayonaut says the Thomas video was excellent and exactly what it hoped it would be.
Good.
Just, like, shape is right by me. And he big mad. But I'm also in the same room as the last thing we need to get. So I've kind of fecked us. But I'll be your eyes and ears as best I can for a stalker. In case they decide they want to come knock knock, hang out. Knock knock, lock and lock. I don't know why I said that, I'm very sorry. Do you know what? Here's a weird aside. Yo, did you just get a capture?
The stalker's not a problem. Oh yeah.
Dude, you fucking legend! Who was it? Any of the ones we've seen before?
Yeah, not that I can tell, but you know, they made it real easy. They thought they were being sneaky, but you know, they weren't sneaky enough.
You guys are in so much trouble.
Oh shit.
Get away from me. Make them go away,
Oh shit.
Dad.
Yeah, a lot of sound traps.
Oh shit.
Just, you get safe, I'll let you know where I'm at. I've actually run upstairs, so I'll be easier to get in a bit. Bayonaut, this is easy game for babies. Yeah, so easy. Baron Sheep says, there's a stalker about. That sounds like a you problem. They're just like, okay, I'm done, I'm gonna go stare at a wall. No, Baron Sheep, come back. Baron Sheep, come back. I'm just hanging out in the patio now.
You guys are in so much trouble. Get away from me.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on!
Right, go, 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 go! Man, he is exceptional big mad.
I know!
Alright, well, let's swap roles. Let me just grab some goodies from here, and then you stay safe, I'll go get the last trap. I want to see if it's the stalker we've caught before as well.
Woo. You big galaxy brain plays.
That was a strong move.
I fucking pulled it off though.
Yeah. Clank now has the Venga Bus stuck in their head. I'm just gonna say it. Add the Venga Bus to Rocket League, you feckin' cowards.
They should do that.
Balancing be damned. The Venga Bus is coming.
And so am I.
Oh no! This one was a feckin'...
Oh, so it's a digital game. Okay. Well, then I can absolutely afford $7 whole. You know I can't do that, Clank. It's literally just physically impossible for me.
Yeah, no. We've done experiments on it. Kyle was almost irreversibly damaged during those experiments. Alright, so the shape is here, but I'm not attacked. So, hey there, shapey boy. You can consume my entire ass. Actually, no, that's not a threat I want to make. And Bacon Adventures, like, wait. Far Cry movie by UA Boll, no. Say it ain't so, it's a horror to watch. It's bad. And I don't mean like, you know, like cheesy movie bad. It's awful.
Hide now.
There's no redeemable features about it as a movie.
I am at the exit.
Careful.
Bayonor says they're going to need the coldest of showers after the stream.
Fabulous. Live to serve.
Kyle, was it yourself that had played Sin Alice?
Sin Alice? Yeah.
How did you find that? Just very quickly, because someone was talking about mobile game recommendations earlier in the week.
I don't think the gameplay loop is very powerful.
Okay.
I think the writing is excellent. I think it looks great. I think it had potential to be really interesting, but at its core, it's like, you know, a little bit rock, paper, scissor mixed with another different version of rock, paper, scissor. And I'm just like, it's fine. It's fine. The core gameplay loop isn't interesting.
Hold that thought, dear friends, as it's dream time.
Yep. Dream time.
Okay. Who are you? What are you? Why is this happening? What is this thing that's trying to put everyone to sleep permanently?
We are the voices in your head, precious child. We have been called gods, demons, ghosts of the flesh. What matters is we're the ones who want you to stay awake.
Ghost of the Flesh is my is what I call my hangovers.
Tasty.
Flavorful.
Yeah. Full of calcium.
Oh, Bacon Avenger was just adding that as someone who did movie reviews some time ago for a small indie site, believe them when they say anything with Boll in the credits should come with warning labels. Oh yeah. I would say Far Cry's worse than The House of the Dead.
Uwe Boll does have one redeeming film in his catalog, and I might get some disagreements with this.
Okay.
However, I think Postal had the right tone for Uwe Boll.
I think that's a good point. No, I can see the Postal film does everything that the game puts forward.
Yeah. And it's like it's literally just it's like goofy enough. It captures the ridiculous tone of Postal like perfectly. And like for all the fuck ups that Uwe Boll has done and for the damage he did to video games as a in the film medium, Postal is like the redeeming quality in his filmography.
I'm told that he did one film about. You know what? I'm going to change the topic. I was about to take it into some dark spaces there, but we can move around. So what are some of the Mobley games you've been playing that you've genuinely enjoyed? Because I've tried, was it Iron Saga recently, and while I enjoy giant robots and playing it was fun, the amount of stuff it asks you to do every day just to be is already overwhelming. So no amount of
like,
giant robot is getting me through it.
Yeah,
I'm ready.
and
I mean,
I play 6 Mobage, and people are like, "Bro, 6?" And I'm just like, "Yeah, unfortunately, I play 6." And it's like a lot of it is I want to see several of these games like to the end because I've played certain mobile games to their respective ends. Like Star Ocean Anamnesis, I played literally up until the servers were taken offline.
There's one of the old names.
It only went offline last year.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Time truncation is weird. Down you go. Because if you drop down here, you're not out of bounds. Later! Oh god! Oh, that's the head! I'm pretty sure they're still breathing.
So, so Boss Anna, I actually worked on a mobile game that met its end. It was Yokai Watch Wibble Wobble, and that had its servers taken offline too, which is sad. You know, you always like it's never fun seeing something that even if you worked on it briefly, like come to its demise.
Yeah, you could watch Yokai no longer. Sorry, that was a terrible joke, and I apologize.
That's okay.
But yeah, so it's like I'm still flitting in and out of Azure Lane.
So Kiso Satome brings up a great point. Grand Blue Fantasy is great because Cygames is great. And that brings me to another game that I play is Dragalia Lost. And Dragalia Lost is celebrating its 2nd anniversary right now. They've introduced some changes, and they actually added a battle royale mode.
Ooh.
So now you can play Dragalia Fortnite.
I'm gonna write a couple of these down because before Spelunky 2 consumes my very life force. So Grand Blue Fantasy, I'll pop that on. It is hard to know because of the sheer noise around any mobile title. It's hard to know until you invested X amount of time in it whether or not it's something that's going to carry through.
Yeah. I think like I haven't played Grand Blue. If I were to play Grand Blue, I would play it because it's a GF collector for me. That's all Mobage for me anyway. But I think Dragalia treats its player base exceptionally well. It's not stingy with its currencies. They give you so much free currency that honestly, like I've thought about spending money on the game just because it's like I play enough, like, you know, the devs deserve to get some of my money, but I've never spent anything on it, and I pretty much have everything that I want except for one character during the Monster Hunter collab, and I'm fine.
That's way cool.
Kisa, I'm definitely not going to play Grand Blue. I'm not adding another Mobage to my repertoire, unfortunately. I'm just not going to do it. I've thought about it. I played Epic 7 very briefly, but I'm just like, no, there's too much for me to really care about right here.
Yeah. I've stopped on the Gundam game because it hit a point where I felt like I had done it, but the experience of getting there, of playing through the story was fucking great. Like making your own mechs, making your own little team and doing stuff. It does help that I'm a Gundam fanatic, like.
Oh, absolutely.
Because I started playing that around the time that Jaralan sent me my first Gundam kit. And, well, if you gaze behind me, you can see that the Longship have not left me wanting. Please stop sending Gundam kits, people. I know Grey November is already destroyed. Stop sending Gundams.
My main mobile game that I've talked about before is Final Fantasy Brave Exvius. I've been playing that literally since before launch. I downloaded, like, the APK that was leaked online, and I played it before like it had its official global release. And like it's like there's still a lot to experience. It's in its 4th anniversary right now.
Sorry, I just need to address this very quickly. Zelki, Kisa, don't send more Gandams. And Saitland, you're right. I did do that to myself. I did drunkenly tell you all the Gandams are liked and that I was on track to do it. But you have all been lovely. Stop sending Gandams.
Yeah. So Rakami definitely like Mobage or their time sucks for sure. Like I do want to like and like I have 3 on my emotional chopping block right now, which if life changes enough, I'm just gonna like drop them. Sinnoh Alice is definitely on my chopping block. Pokemon Masters is on my chopping block, and I also play Pokemon Masters. They've changed that a lot, and it's a lot more player friendly now.
Okay.
Yeah, it's still stingy, but it's not as stingy as it was when it started. They added skip tickets into the game, and skip tickets are great because some of the gameplay loop is not ideal, but basically what it is like you beat a level once, and then you can spend the energy in a skip ticket to just complete it again. Which is great. Dragalia Lost has the same thing, which is fantastic.
So my laughter through that was because Boss Anna reminding me of one of my favorite things this year, which was the Pokemon Masters EX.
Oh my god, yes, yep.
This is why you have a CM. This is why you have like a social media manager or something.
Yep.
Like, and if you didn't hear of it, friends, they paid to have like an official hashtag with like a Pokemon logo for Pokemon Masters EX, but it's all lowercase.
And it's supposed to look like this.
Yeah.
But most people
read that. And as I'm sure you can guess, Twitter had a fucking field day with it. Forgive my swears. Also, Salem does make a good point. I'm back on the Gundam talk very quickly. That we did go to the local Gundam place and pick up a couple. Hang on.
Yeah, I don't capitalize like barely anything on Twitter. Like, I understand they were trying to like, they wanted to make it like, it's the EX version of the game. But,
I must have been seeing things. I thought I saw the a stalker run out the front door, but I must be at that point in the.
Holy fuck! Holy fuck!
Talk to me, dude.
Oh, sorry. I like walked into a room and there was a woman there, and she scared the fuck out of me. Anyway, I'm fine.
This game can still freak us out. Like, we've played this inside out, back to front.
She got a phone call. It's fine.
Okay. And her friend's dancing around on the awning with me. But yeah, it's more like I'm definitely going to drop Iron Saga. I'm trying to find a few others for. I don't want to say research, but I don't know.
Research is fair. I think
because it's a sphere of gaming. I don't know. Was that you?
You do have a stalker. No, that wasn't me.
All right. You got eyes on yet?
No, I think they're behind me though.
Oh no, they're. Oh no, that's. Okay, so they're in the other. They're in the house up this way.
See it?
Because they threw the noisemaker up onto the roof, but I can't see the stalker.
Hmm.
How many flashbangs have we got? Heh, enough. The hunt is on. I don't even work for the hunter.
So yeah, like I don't know if I'm like a good metric for Mobage recommendations, just because the ones I do play I've stuck with for a long time.
Okay.
But yeah, like Brave Exvius is in the midst of its 4th anniversary, and like they've literally spread because of COVID, they spread their 4th anniversary stuff across like 4 months.
That's pretty cool. One of the cool things that Azure Lane did, which is similar to what Monster Hunter World's done a couple times, is like a rerun of timed events. So like doing seasonal events again and things like that.
Oh yeah, tons of mobile games do that. Like Brave Exvius has new events and then runs old events like alongside it. It's like, hey, if you missed it the first time, here's this again, and like they don't change it, but you can still get all the items that you missed. Dragalia Lost does the same thing. Pokemon Masters did the same thing. Yeah, that's very common.
So Clank
and good.
So Clank, I can only give you the limited amount of research I've done on this, but sadly, right now users are not down for paying up front for titles unless it has success outside of the mobile environment. So like people will pay for Mega Man 2 on mobile, but people wouldn't pay for a Mega Man 2 like game with an upfront cost, which is sad. It's also one of the reasons why by my understanding, the early versions of Among Us didn't do very well because it was upfront pay, wasn't it?
Yeah, maybe, I don't know.
I have to go look into it. I might be completely flipping out.
There's been like a couple of games that I've paid upfront for that are mobile games. For example, Horn. Horn was very good.
Stalker photo. Find that
What's
little
that?
shit.
Did they see something?
You know the person we knocked out right at the beginning? We found him.
Yeah.
I tell you what, let's head down to the treehouse area around that way. That suits our battlefield far better. They must have been really searching to find that person. So Boss Hunter's saying that that Among Us was free on Android. Interesting. Was it free at launch?
It's free. It's still free. You just get ads.
Okay. Well, all I know is that at launch, Among Us was a commercial failure. Like a big commercial failure. And I guess I wanted to use that as a hyperbole example because it's so popular right now.
Yeah, I very sincerely am happy for the devs that they found success.
I'm still annoyed that the headline doing the rounds was that the sequel was cancelled because of the success of the first one, rather than the game we made is now doing what we hoped it would do, so we don't have to make a sequel.
Yeah.
I would have preferred that be the line.
I mean, both are true, like, technically. Like, there's not going to be an Among Us 2 because they found the success that they were after.
There's also no way they could have known that I'm going to come join you up. No, alright, it's fine.
Oh.
It's fine. I'll wait down here.
Are you coming up, son?
Yeah. Wellity.
Where are you, son?
Do not have eyes on. We might finally have a challenge. Wellity. No movement on the back fence. Going in the back streets. So, bear with us a second, dear friends. So we're on the hunt.
Oh. Apparently it was popular in South Korea. Huh. Thank you, Sadlin.
That's a wonderful little piece of knowledge.
Yeah, I had no clue. I'll go South Korea again, being ahead of the game.
Getting it done. So here's my theory. That was a long throw of the noisemaker.
Mm.
Being very cautious. Interesting. Interesting. Are they just scared of a couple of chosen? Possibly. Possibly one of our previous victims from the night.
Possibly.
God, friends, can you tell I've got the hunt about me now? This might be finally a stalker worth dedicating. See, the mission we've got is investigate the break-in, which means we have to record a bunch of different like little snip-snaps up in the that particular semi-detached, which is also a horrible place to get ambushed.
Yep, I haven't gotten one. I mean, I got one earlier, but I also...
Oh! Fuck me!
It came from behind.
This is why we take pee breaks when playing this! Caffeine, sincerely thank you for 500 bits, as they do help keep my dumbass and the nuggets alive. But if there had been anything in the bladder, it would have been evacuated at that point. Straxy with Will, finally a worthy opponent. For some reason, I've got the fucking Tony Hawk soundtrack playing in my head very loudly.
Because it bangs.
Because it bangs. Did I ever tell you that's one of the reasons why Fiona and I ended up getting together?
No, go on.
Fiona had been bugging me to hang out outside of stream for weeks, and so we went for a little lunch hangout and catch up. And it was the same day I'd gotten the official signature on the GameWorks gig. So we had a lunch down in Pike Place in one of the seafood joints, and then went to a punk bar around the corner that I really liked called the Blackout.
Okay.
Oh, okay, I've got eyes on.
See that?
Across the road.
There.
All right, there's.
I don't see them.
They were on top of the roof across the road.
From us right now?
Yeah. Literally the rooftop we just came from.
Was that me?
I don't think so.
Ouch.
If it discombobulated you, it wasn't you.
Yeah.
Did they just red door blink? Alright, I'll do the lowlands. You do the highlands. How cute. The stalker thinks they're people. Could have been just a cracking long shot. Like, we've done those across the map. Let's loop around to the other side. I think, but if I was them at this point, I would have red doored, but... Oh, you can do one, Lucid.
To help you.
Target neutralized.
Alright, so good news, bad news. I had to trank a Lucid.
Mm-hmm. What's the good news?
Now we have some bait. No sign of him so far. Now then. I'm going to put the Lucid in the tent.
Okay.
So let's see if that's bait enough to tempt them out. Because there's the red door back here. Which is a good little spot to hang on out. Sorry, friends. Conversation will continue after this stalker is wrecked. They are being so cautious.
They are.
It's kind of cool. Like, the rest of the stalkers today have been blasé idiots.
The lucid is in the tent. Repeat, the lucid is in the tent.
Thank you, Bandit Beast.
No! Feck! Oh, Kisa said it's fine. Kisa says they're thinking about pumpkin pie and Animal Crossing pumpkin growing. Oh yeah.
Damn, I'm always thinking about pumpkin pie.
I'm not quite ready to go back to pumpkin pie yet. I kind of OD'd on the $5 Costco pumpkin pie because it's good, it's massive, and it's only $5. I've been told that the Animal Crossing Halloween event is coming up soon.
It sure is.
And then the fall event is after that.
It sure is.
Alright, I'm gonna start heading over this way. Or am I? I thought I could fake him out. Use that old, psychology. Yeah, that thing. Oh, Baja! Habaja! Habaja! Oh, they're not here. Habaja!
HQ says we're partway there, so...
Alright, Carl, I'm just gonna...
Okay, what's next?
If they get a snip of it, they get a snip of it. I'll come join you in the maze.
Yeah.
Actually, do you mind coming to me by the shape bunker and we'll head down that way? I figure we'll do this together. What would Carly Rae Jepsen do? That's what we're going to ask ourselves.
Sorry, I'm like hyper concentrated looking for
fucking right.
Looking for this motherfucker.
Dude, I'm at the point where I'm bringing this Lucid's body with me.
Yeah.
Vanderbeest, welcome back, welcome back. Again, like, Vanderbeest, Caffeine, all of you, like, I know the bits are coming through to mess with me, but I am very grateful for them because they are keeping us alive. Oh, but yeah, sorry, I didn't finish.
Oh, I'm still alive. Hey,
yeah. Can't leave it alone. Can't sing it either, but can't leave it alone.
Right there.
What was I going to add? Oh yeah, so to finish off the story, we went to a local punk bar down in Belltown, and they were just playing the Tony Hawk soundtracks. So Fiona and I ended up staying there and getting very drunk
my best life.
over the rest of the evening.
Martian basement.
And yeah, that's pretty much what started the story of us.
Yeah, the rest is history.
Yeah. Kisa was there with us.
Oh, wonderful.
Angel's after me.
What?
How?
We got a stalker on us.
Oh.
Where's that little
they're up in the feckin' tunnel. Do you see him?
No.
How? Fuck. Alright, I'll go the other way. Mainly because I've got to run from the shape as well. Oh yeah, they came in behind us on the bunker.
Yeah.
Cheeky bad word. I tell thee. Ooh.
Frick.
Right. Do you see him?
No.
Being very, very cautious.
Yeah, they're playing real smart.
I don't know if they're playing smart. I think they're playing like a fart-huffing coward. Exactly the kind of person who works for Sword Art Online. I think they take farts into their own hands and huff them up their nostrils for fun. As if to say that the smell of farts is what sustains them in their fart-huffing ways.
Oh, wow, already. All right.
Yeah.
So I sincerely suggest that we catch this person before we try to complete the mission.
I'm in full agreement there. Clank bringing up Fart Hotel. No. Fart Hotel is a place of honor and learning. This person is just...
This person went to Fart College.
Yeah, they have studied under the guff-huffing masters. They once spent 13 hours in a Dutch oven.
Damn.
It turns out that no one's actually died from a Dutch oven, but that was an urban myth. This is a person who gets as many free drinks at the Hotel Scipio as they can. I enjoy saying this, not because I'm a bad sport, but because I don't believe this person is watching our actions. But if they were, then they'd hear all the things I was saying about them. But the only way they'd hear that... Oh, okay. Professor Big Man's heard me. Kestrel's like, I get it! It's a joke about farts! Right you are, Kestrel. Right you are.
I don't know. There might be more nuance to it.
I've got feckin' I'm Still Alive stuck in my head. Oh, bleed Nora. We've got a really good stalker chasing us, otherwise I would find out what the bloody hell that is. I also have I'm Still Alive stuck in my head now as well.
Mm-hmm. Where is this child?
I don't know. Okay. No chasey. No chasey. Cappy was asking Taco Hell style farts or refried beans. I mean, I think to get a full doctrine in it, you need to have studied both styles. And
Has the shape disengaged?
A little.
Looks like it, yeah.
Hemp was just adding, jokes about farts. It's a bit too under the nose.
So I'll tell you what.
Go on.
Let's head back down. They've already discovered that body.
Yeah.
The best we can hope to do is grab the phone and leave.
Because I think they're just going to play Incredible Squeezy Coward.
Yeah.
It's okay. Remember what the hunters always said, like, you know.
But we stick together no matter what.
Right. I'll let you know if I'm booking it away from the shape and whatnot.
Yeah. So let's go to the 70-meter one.
Could we go through the big area, because the shape is here?
No, he's upstairs.
Oh, is he above?
Yeah, he's above.
Oh, fuck. Well, looks like we're doing this. Alright. Fuck. I'm in trouble. Did you throw that first flashbang?
Yes.
Cool. Book it a whip. To save those. Loud and proud, loud and proud.
He's coming. He's coming.
So's Christmas. Back in speed traps, man. Alright, not it. Next one. I'm gonna go for the one in Dream Therapy. Hey, I'm still alive. I'm so sorry, everyone. It was stuck. It was like a, like a hiccup. Like a terrible karaoke hiccup.
Wow, that worked really well.
We're separated, just so you know.
Oh, fuck.
I'm heading towards you.
Alright, phone's got.
Texting HQ.
Alright, what's the plan?
So now we...
Reversey Percy, head back up the way we came?
No, we're going up the side here.
Oh shit, yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Flash out!
If Lord Cowardice wants to...
Was that you?
That was me. Though I am getting real close to out of stuff to get us out of here. So, my friend, I need you with me.
I'm here.
Cool. GG no re.
Up.
Hey, up! Oppa! Alright. Shapey boy's on the way. Wait, is he above or below? Striped one. What ho? We'll be with you in just a moment. Alright, time to eat candy and get the hell out of here, right? And Carl, I promise I won't do that terrible singing again.
You're fine, man. It's the least of my issues. Let's take the roof.
Yeah. I used to know a guy in New Zealand who did an incredible, like tone-perfect cover of the Bloodhound Gang's The Roof is on Fire. Genuinely miss it sometimes. We'd been in this POS, chain pub in Dunners, and he had a set every Thursday, and he'd always close out with The Roof is on Fire, and it was a weird highlight of my week. Alright, I'm just gonna hoof candy and run.
Yep.
Guys, someone's watching us.
Dude, the stalker's still stuck in dream therapy!
Are they?
Yeah, they took a photo. Eat my farts, you shite stalker! Your god smells as bad as you do! Viking pea suit!
I'm the best it's ever been.
Oh my god.
That was feckin' cool!
Alright, man. I think I might have to call it. My back hurts.
Dude, whatever the organ is that makes stress hurts. Oh, feckin' hell. But that was grand! So, Kyle, dreams, then I want to do credits, and do you mind staying on the line so I can chat to you after the show? Would that be okay?
No, I don't mind. So yeah, dreams first.
Dreams,
Let's
credits.
start there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I've talked to you about stuff and things.
Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary,
Sure.
Bloody Mary.
So strange to encounter such truth hidden inside such an absurd myth. You repeat our names to reinforce our hold in your minds. Testing reveals that fewer than 3 is no good. Falls out of your little monkey ears.
And there we go. Clank informs us that it's stress. The brain makes stress. Well, and as I gestured to kind of like my torso region, I guess I got another brain in there. That would make 1.
Brain stress, huh?
Yeah. So, to those of you who have been watching me and Kyle leaping from rooftop to rooftop, I hope you've had a lovely evening. This evening was more talk show than usual, and I got to admit, I had feckin' grand time.
Yeah, felt good.
Like, it was real good getting into Dead by Daylight and the DreadX collection, but I've missed Red Acre, dude. I've genuinely missed it.
Yeah, me too. I love this game.
Same, and so
very sincerely, I love this game, and it's cool. We get repeat viewers, and it's nice. It feels good.
Like this odd little one part hangouts every Friday, one-part talk show. You know, it's been good.
Yeah.
It's always lovely to hear from like the Blackout Club community peeps as well, because I'd love to stay more in touch with what's happening with the story, but I need more hours in the day as it is. So
Oh my god, right?
So this has been real cool. So friendos, I'm going to roll credits. I'm going to yoke your lovely selves over to another channel of some description. And then I think I'm going to have a spot of wine. Because the games industry event's going, so I'm going to go eat leftovers and chat with games people. I think that's my plan for the evening. Right, before I get too distracted. So, friends, the reason why I get to keep doing this every Friday, and the reason why I get to keep doing this full time, is because you lot yoke stuff, be it to scare the pee out of me while I'm jumping around, or for whatever reason. I want to say sincerely thank you. Specifically, I'd like to thank these lovely Mother Hubbards. Oh, and Fearless just had a half baguette celebration of their new job. Again, Fearless, congratulations, yo. Oh! Fearless! Getting in a chaos dunk before the whistle. Okay, but no, seriously, bits are a big, big part of what keeps this whole thing going, so sincerely thank you. Specifically to Caffeine, Saidlin, Bayonort, Punspector, Shackled Draconis, J-Post, Spiller, Quasimoto, Vanderbeast, whoa, hello, and Arrow Griffin. Thank you so much. Your moderators today was Caffeine, Rhymes, Moose, and Tarlicus. You're all feckin' legends. And our new follower was Mitchell Lightning, who I hope we get to hang out with some more. I'd also like to say thank you to Gilmar Greyjoy, Falazure, Boss Anna, and Straxybomb, for most of you were celebrating. Wow, piss balls! That's not okay. That's not okay, Vanderbeast. But thank you. Vanderbeast throwing in a cheeky 100 there. What I meant to say was as a thank you for monstrously long subs and hanging out with us. Some peeps were celebrating 23 months of a tier 3, which is a redonkulous amount of it. Okay, words are failing me, but my sentiment's not, alright? So, let's see what adventures that I can hurtle you towards now. Oh, wow, everybody's at it tonight.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So, friendos, I've got 3 choices for you. I've got someone doing art, someone doing a properly off-the-chain indie game, and I've got someone doing a randomizer. What strikes your fancy? And when I say indie, I mean super indie. Boss Anna says, what's the indie game all about?
Indiana Jones, obviously.
Who was the most indie?
Yeah.
Well, I tell you what, Boss Anna, you were the first person to ask. So we're going to go see my friendos over at Rebind, who are currently playing Hexcraft.
Oh, I've heard of Hexcraft.
And while they haven't been doing as much writing this year, Rebind was one of my go-to sites for finding out about feckin' cool, weird indie games.
Yeah.
I was initially going to do a piece about the Blackout Club for them, but real life and other things kept getting in the way.
It do be like that.
Why they be like that? Why they do be like that?
Yeah, I don't think I have a good answer for that question.
I mean, if you did, I think you can get, you could. That's the point where you write your version of The Secret.
Yeah, I can make buku bucks doing that shit.
Yeah, get that Oprah money. Boss Anna says Hexcraft just keeps showing me Minecraft mods. Well, dear Boss Anna, you're about to find out. Look, once again, friends, thank you all for a feckin' wonderful evening. It's so good to be back in Redacre, and that so many of you came and hung out tonight really meant a lot. Because, yeah. Right, I'll see you tomorrow.
Hookshot, we're just signing off.
Oh, no! Oh, the baby went for a swim and kicked himself for the first time. Oh, no!
Oh, That's wonderful.
Well, Hook, I'm going to be in the gig later, so we can, if you want to chat then, I'll see you there. Right, so from myself and the illustrious Kyle Gatto, have a wonderful evening, dear friends.
Good night, everyone.